The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association presents Ohio County Fair Racing. Ohio County Fair Racing is brought to you by Big D's Tack and Vet Supply, Cool Winds Farm, Midland Acres, the Ohio State University Veterinary Medical Center, and thestable.ca. Now let's go trackside for all the action.
Live from the Fayette County Fair in Washington Courthouse, Ohio. Yours truly, Roger Houston, along with Susan Schroeder. For today's broadcast, 15 races. Susan, we'll be here all day.
We do have a lot of... Oh, hang on just a minute. I got to talk to Doug a minute.
Okay. Well, we can handle it, I think. Anyway, 15 races this afternoon. These are Ohio Colt Racing Association stake events, the vast majority. And that is one of the oldest stake event organizations in the Buckeye State. Susan has now returned. And any thoughts on today's races?
Sorry about that interruption. I just had to field a question. Yeah, I think this is going to be a great day of racing. We've got 2-year-old Colt Pacers, 2-year-old filly trotters, 2-year-old filly Pacers, and 3-year-old Colt trotters. And I noted we have 5 divisions of the 2-year-old Colt Pacers. 29 of them. So a third of the horses that are in today are 2-year-old Colt Pacers. So that's kind of outstanding. A lot of nice
also have a
horses.
$9,000 condition pace for 2-year-olds that I believe are Midland Acres bred.
They are, you have to be sired by a stallion standing in Fayette County.
Oh, it's Fayette County.
Yep, Fayette County. So for that Fayette County Classic. So it's, yeah, that's a nice purse, $9,000.
Plus, they also have a condition pace on the racing program, which is quite unusual.
Yes, we have a non-winners at 2,500 lifetime, also eligible non-winners of 1,000 in 2021. And we've got a 12-year-old in that.
Yeah. So we got a little bit of everything here in Washington Courthouse this afternoon. We'll be back with this afternoon's first race in just a few moments.
The Fayette County Fair in Washington Courthouse is almost as old as the county itself. Believed to have started in 1821, fairgoers arrived on horseback or in wagons. The cost was only 25 cents per person or $1 for the entire family. Women visited while men showed off their strength and skill in competitions. Livestock, flowers, and farm products were exhibited, and horses raced on a straightaway track. Good horses are tradition for Fayette County. The county is home to monumental sires, Wallace McKinley and Bobby Burns. Each horse produced hundreds of foals, laying a foundation for what we know as the Ohio Standardbred. Bobby Burns specifically fathered more high-priced colts during his time than any other stud in the state. Upon his death in 1913, he was buried at the highest point in the infield with great honors. Beyond trotters and pacers, Fayette County was home to immortal Hall of Fame horsemen Stephen C. and Stephen G. Phillips. There is no doubt that Fayette County made its mark on harness racing. Today, the fair is a member of the Ohio Colt Racing Association and hosts 2 days of live-action racing.
Hi, I'm Dean Gillespie, and I want to tell you about the Ohio Colt Racing Association. There's 19 member fairs, and they sponsor the Partial Futurity in Greenville, Ohio. You need to race in the OCRA. Great racetracks, great people. Bring the kids and come out to the fair, and remember, fair time is fun time.
Shell.
Back here at the Fayette County Fair in Wilmington, Ohio. So we set a 15-race program. The first race is scheduled for 12 noon. They do have pari-mutuel wagering. Horses will be coming to the track momentarily. Go through the changes and corrections in today's racing program, and there are a number of driver changes and a few scratches. In the first race, number 6, Park Lane Hill, make the driver Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith will drive the 6, Park Lane Hill, in race number 1. In the second race, second half the double, number 3, Second to None, make the driver Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith drives the 3, Second to None, in race number 2. Moving on to the third is Clear. The fourth race is Clear as well, as is the fifth. The sixth race, number 3, Go To Gal, make the driver Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith drives the 3, Go To Gal, in race 6. In the seventh race, our first scratch of the day, number 1, Vol Cove, has been scratched. Scratch the 1, Vol Cove, in race number 7, reducing it to a field of 4. No changes in the 8th. In the ninth race, number 3, RSA Pepe's Chip, is Alex Hawk. The 3, RSA Pepe's Chip, make the driver Alex Hawk in race number 9. No changes in the 10th. The 11th is Clear. In the 12th race, scratch the 5, Prince John. Scratch the 5, Prince John, in race 12. 13th is Clear. The 14th race, there will be a driver change on the 2, Search the Sea. Driver change on the 2, Search the Sea. Number 5, Arts Arsenal, make the driver Jeremy Smith. Jeremy Smith will drive the 5, Arts Arsenal, in the 14th. No changes or corrections in the 19th or in the 15th race on the card. So those are the changes and corrections, and we expect more changes before the afternoon is over. Make no doubt about that. Always seems to be a lot of changes at the county fairs. Now, one thing that they do quite differently here at Washington Courthouse, and I don't know if we mentioned it on the broadcast Wednesday or night, but they had a meeting with the presiding judge before the races on Wednesday. And the drivers were told when they bring their horses to the track, stay between the 8th pole and the quarter pole. None of this going around the entire racetrack. None of this at the top of the stretch or anything like that. Keep them between the 8th pole and the quarter pole so that when all horses are on the track, they can parade in order. Yes, parade in order. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it'll have better looking post parades. And on a whole, I would say 98% of the post parades were almost perfect this past Saturday. And you're going to have the instance where you have a horse that's acting up or something like that. Right. That's bound to happen. But the idea of a driver just coming on the track and going hell bent for leather in the post parade, there's no need for that. So hopefully some other presiding judges in the state catch on and kind of tell the drivers exactly how to handle post parades.
That is a really good thing. Tony Bergano is the presiding judge here, and he was the presiding judge down at Lebanon.
Yeah.
And we talked about it in between the cards there because we had a afternoon and an evening card, and that's very important to him.
Isn't Tony retired law enforcement?
Yes.
He was head of the Lebanon Correctional Institution?
Yeah, he was at the correctional facility, he just retired. He's
so
been
Horseman,
a presiding judge.
So, Horseman, now you know who you're dealing with.
Yeah, you better not mess up with Tony.
Oh, well. They've called the horses for the first, which is a Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old colt pace, and this is the most divisions I've seen this year. This is going for $2,829, and that works out to be 5 divisions. I think we've had 3, maybe 4 once, but 5 divisions. This is a strong bunch of 2-year-old pacers going to the post here today.
Yeah, this is, like I said, a third of the horses that are racing today are 2-year-old colt pacers. So that's a lot of them.
The first to the track is JL's Cruise Control, and it does appear that Dan Noble is here. So he's down to drive the 1 horse, and he is driving the 1. So we'll have to see who's driving the 4, Rose Run Exile. Now, my question on that is Dan Noble permitted to drive the 1 since he is the owner of the 4 horse?
Right. That I didn't think that was allowed, but we'll have to ask our presiding judge. The 2 horse in this race, Oceanfront Property, was a Ohio Select yearling sale for $40,000. And whenever I see one of those that are high-priced ones, I kind of want to look it up and see maybe what the reason was that colt went so high. And the dam of Oceanfront Property, who is I Got a Feeling Fran, this is her first foal of racing age, but she herself had a record of 151-1 and made over almost $570,000. So you got a mare like that, even though this is her first foal, and plus adding in there that the sire is down by the seaside, it's no doubt that horse went for a lot of money. Oceanfront Property has also been a winner this year, won over at Wilmington in the Fair Stakes in 2-1-1 last quarter in 29 seconds. And the 3 horse Terror on the Track, who is a Western Terror, has won 2 races so far this year. Most recently at Hilliard in 2-1-2, and then won back in Marion in 2-7-3. Rose Run Exiled was sold at the Lexington Select Sale for $15,000.
Well, we got that straightened out. Dan Noble came to the track with the wrong saddle pad.
Oh, okay.
He is driving the 4, Rose Run Exiled,
Okay.
and we do not know who's driving the 1 as yet. So that explained that.
That was a good catch.
We ask you when you bring them out that you keep them on the backside to leave the quarter pole.
Well, that looks like Ronnie Gillespie on the 3 horse. Right. We
By the way, Cam McGowan Gillespie is the leader with 31. So it does appear Gillespie
on the backside
is
to
driving
leave
3
8 pole and
track.
We had fantastic post parades Wednesday.
and that is counting all the fairs that we have had so far, right?
12 fairs.
Okay. 12 racing days.
Also in very quick wins these races here in this round.
Okay. That's a big job that Roger has undertaken this year in keeping track of the leading trainers and drivers. It's a lot of research.
And just for the record, Gillespie 31, Cam McGowan 25, Jeff Neisonger 12, Brett Miller and Trevor Smith are tied for the 4th spot with 9 each. As far as trainers are concerned, Chris Beaver leads all trainers with 10, Dan O'Mara 9, Virgil Morgan 8, tied for 4th, Jeff Smith, Winters, those are the top 5 in each.
Brian Winters has 7 in today, so he may very well add to his total. We've got Brett Schwartz has got 9 horses in today.
Driver to be announced. Number 2, Oceanfront Property, the driver Jeff Neisonger. Number 3, Tear on the Track with Cam McCowan or Ronnie Gillespie. Number 4, Rose Run Exile, Dan Noble. 5, Lil Plugs with Trevor Smith. And number 6 is Park Lane Hill, Tyler Smith in the sulky. Win, place, show. Exacta Quinella, daily double wagering. They're going to the gate in 3 minutes. Second race, second half the double. Number 1, Abby D. Sean Parker, the second drives. Number 3, second to none, the driver, Tyler Smith.
I did not see the one horse.
Waiting on one, JL's Cruise Control.
No, we're still waiting and waiting for a driver.
So not only are we waiting on the one, we'll be surprised when we see who will be sitting in the sulky.
Tyler Smith on the 6. So
So-
the changes we have so far.
We passed along from the presiding judge. We had good post parades. We're out in the matter. Had drivers changes when we need them Wednesday night, like we should.
He wants you out on time.
Official
with
starter
a
is
reasonable-
Michael Wupkenberg.
Where it will be a bond.
And see, as if it started probably at 60 to 75% of the fares in the state of Ohio. I asked Mike, I said, what do you do on a day off? And he said, I don't have any.
I'll bet he doesn't.
That's just about right. I don't think there was any racing yesterday, though.
No, I think you're right.
At least that's what was said by Frank at the board of directors meeting
Yes.
yesterday, which was a rare occasion for the
Yes.
state of Ohio.
Mike was probably shining up those starting gates. Yeah, from now on, we don't have, there's not a day in August, there's 3 days in August that there's no county fair racing, the 27th, 28th, and 29th, but up until then,
JL's Cruise Control. Scratch the one.
Oh.
JL's Cruise Control.
In the first race.
okay, we have a
Anyone
moot
listening
scratch.
on JL's Cruise Control, go to the Mutual Department for immediate refund.
So that's understandable. Scratch the one, JL's Cruise Control out of the Virgil Morgan Jr. stable. Virgil had a big day the other day. He had 3 race wins at Scioto. He had 1 at Bucyrus and 1 here at 3 here at Washington Courthouse, 1 at Bucyrus, and 1 at Scioto Downs that night.
Wow,
In the first race.
It's unusual to get a trainer with a 5-bagger in one day.
yeah,
Department for immediate refund.
and at 3 different tracks, that's kind
3
of
different
amazing
tracks.
too.
Scratch. In the first.
He was here at Washington Courthouse. And he might have made the drive to Bucyrus that night or to Scioto or one or the
yeah.
other. I don't think he was at both Bucyrus and so that might be a little difficult.
Yeah, unless he was in really late at
But-
Scioto.
Yeah. By the way, if you're watching this afternoon, be sure to put your hometown on your comments section so you'll be eligible to the prize drawing for the month of July, fast approaching. Now, if you've already registered, you need not really put it down a second time. If you already registered in the month of July, you don't have to really put it down a second time because when I type it in, it automatically says, hey, I already got this person. Computers are so far more advanced than
It is amazing. But we are on YouTube today. We hope that some way we'll be able to get back on Facebook so that we can chat with you because so far I haven't figured out how to do that chat thing
Same
on
here.
YouTube.
I wanted to comment the other day, and I found no way to comment, but other people were. So
Yeah.
it's new to me.
We'll probably have to go down and ask Ashley Daly. She's our the youngster in the office, and she probably will be able to figure that out.
Racing programs are available on the OHH page.
OHHA.com. Go to the home page, and in the middle section, you'll see the fair broadcast and programs, and just click on that, and you will find your programs.
Starter has called the horses to the gate. All drivers have turned their horses and are all headed in the same direction. Dan Noble does not make a lot of county fairs. When you're training 40 horses, it keeps you quite busy, unless you only have to go 15, 20 miles down the road. So we saw him at Wilmington, and I think he was at Circleville, and here today, and that limited number of fairs that Dan Noble makes each year. Well, the horses moving in behind the Wopkenberg starting gate, and to call the first race, Doug Ballinger.
The scratch of the 1GL's Cruise Control. This is the first division 2-year-old colt and gelding base, sponsored by Midland Acres, and here they come. They're off and pacing. That's Oceanfront Property and Jeff Neisanger going out for the lead. Tear on the Track comes out in second. Rose Run Exile racing third. Racing fourth is Little Plugs, and Park Lane Hill is the trailer. Some 7 lengths off the lead as they race up the backside and on the top front end. Oceanfront Property shows the way, but 2 3/4. Tear on the Track tracks at leader second. Rose Run Exile third. Little Plugs is fourth. Park Lane Hill gapped away, trails the field fifth as they race by the opening quarter. Oceanfront Property takes them by the quarter in 31 seconds. Tear on the Track right there second. Third, Rose Run Exiled. Lil Plugs fourth. Park Lane Hill continues to trail the field. Straight alignment, they pass the stand for the first time and come to the half. Oceanfront Property the leader. Tear on the Track is second. Rose Run Exiled third. Lil Plugs is fourth. 5 lengths off the lead and moves to the outside. Park Lane Hill trails the field and picks up the cover of Lil Plugs. 3 in, 2 moving on the outside at the half. The half 101, 2/5 on the 5/8. Oceanfront Property will guide him to the backside. Tear on the Track is second. Racing up on the outside. Lil Plugs is third. Rose Run Exiled is fourth. And Park Lane Hill trails the field. They're at the midpoint of the backside. Whip the lead. Oceanfront Property, Lil Plugs, and Trevor Smith up on the outside to the front. Racing second now is Oceanfront Property. Tear on the Track, moving to the outside. Rose Run Exiled. Park Lane Hill trails. They round the far turn. 3/4, 131 and 4. Not giving up easy on the inside is Oceanfront Property. Lil Plugs just keeps on coming after the leader. Lil Plugs and Trevor Smith to take the opener. Oceanfront Property second. Rose Run Exiled home third.
So the win goes to Lil Plugs.
2 minutes, 4/5.
Time of the mile, 2 minutes.
The up horse to warm up. Bring him right on.
Final half, 59 and 2. The final quarter was in 29 seconds. Lil Plugs. Black Magic Racing of Blacklick, Ohio, the owner. Todd Luther, the trainer. Trevor Smith, the driver. 2-year-old gelding by Pet Rock out of Miss Walker. Home a winner. 2 minutes, 4/5. Finishing second was Oceanfront Property. Rose Run Exiled was third.
I have not noticed, and maybe it's just that I haven't noticed, but that Black Magic Racing is also the breeder of this horse. You hear about them buying a lot of horses, but I hadn't realized that they also had some that they bred.
Yeah, when we did the freshman focus, they pointed out this is one of the home bloods. The other one, Never Popped to Plugs, is related. I'm not sure exactly what the breeding relationship is, but Never Popped to Plugs is year older than Little Plugs. So we wait the winner's return to the winner's circle. Trevor Smith, win number 10 on the year.
Back in front of the stands, here's your winner of the first Ohio Colt Racing Association. Teal Colt Pace, this is the first division for $2,829, sponsored by Midland Acres. Here's the 5 little plugs. Teal Bingo to son of Pet Rock out of the Aces and 7 mare. Miss Walker is owned by Black Magic Racing, LLC. Todd Luther trains Trevor Smith in the sulky. The mile, 2 minutes, 4/5. Final half, 59 2. Final quarter, 29 seconds. Blanket by Midland Acres. And the result of the first is official. Number 1 was Scratch. Number 2, Oceanfront Property 2. 3, Tear on the Track 5. Number 4, Rose Run Exile 3. 5, Low Plugs the winner. And number 6, Park Lane Hill finished 4th. The mile, 2 minutes, 4/5. Fractions at 31, 101 and 2, and 131 and 4. Top down, Scratch 2-5, 3-1, 4 on the bottom. The winner returns 26-20 to win. 26-20 on the 5 Low Plugs. Exacta 5-2. 47-20.
Second race coming up. 2-year-old filly trotters, Ohio Colt Racing Association, first division. Total purse $11,829. This division for $3,943. The first of 3 divisions. Tyler Smith will drive the 3, second to none.
And we have another late driver change in here as Sean Barker, too, is going to drive the 1-horse Abby D. So 2 Barker on Abby D.
Sean Barker, the driver of the 1. Abby D. We'll be back with more from Washington Courthouse in just a few moments.
Your animals provide unconditional love. When they hurt, you want the best care available to help them enjoy life again. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center is here for you and for them. From heart disease to cancer, diabetes to broken bones, and 24-hour emergency services, Ohio State's team of experts make a difference in the lives of animals and the family members who love them. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Second race coming up here at Washington Courthouse. Fayette County Fair is a 2-year-old filly trot, Ohio Colt Racing Association stake event. Total purse $11,829, first of 3 divisions. This division for $3,943. Sean Barker gets the call to drive the 1, Abby D. Tyler Smith will drive the 3, second to none. Now we have a field of 7. Now the track only scores 6 wide, so the 7, Fortunate Blessing, will be a trailer in the second tier. Can leave out of there behind any horse he so chooses on the gate, but he must stay in the second tier. Even if, let's say that theoretically, if the 1 would make a break and be out of it, the 7 would not be permitted to go up to the gate. He has to stay in the second tier no matter what. But he can follow any horse out of there that he so chooses. So those are the rules of starting from the second tier. In this second race for 2-year-old filly trotters, Abby D was a winner at Circleville in 2:11 and 2. Brian Weaver, the trainer, was the driver that day. Crown Creation shows a win at Wilmington with Mark Winters in 2:06. Winters drives today. Second to none, the 3-horse, a winner last time out, 2:03 and 4. at the Warren County Fair in Lebanon with Dan Noble. Today it'll be Tyler Smith. The 4 is Foxtrot Patricia. Jeremy Smith drives. Best showing is a second place finish in 2-6 and 2 at Wilmington. The 5 is Pinky Promise, a winner in a qualifier June 14th at Scioto. Dan Noble, the driver, in 2 minutes flat, and Pinky Promise is a member of the Noble stable. The 6 is GV Queen. Stephen Sexton of Xenia, the owner. Sandy Beatty is the trainer and driver. First start, no qualifiers or anything. And the 7, Fortunate Blessing. Here's our national anthem. Getting back to Fortunate Blessing, was second, 2 back at Wilmington, timed in 2:08 with Ron Gillespie, the driver. So there's your field of 7 in the second. Anything stand out for you, Susan?
Oh, the highest priced yearling sale, highest priced horse as a yearling was Abby D, who sold for $27,000. And the dam of Abby D is a horse called BV's Sister. And she was quite a racehorse herself, making a mark of 154 and 4 and earning almost $650,000. So that's a very nice mare. Bred to Uncle Peter. Kenneth Summer is the breeder.
Ken Summer, a longtime owner of Virgil Morgan Jr. and the gentleman that was the owner and breeder of Action Broadway. The dam of Action Uncle.
Oh. Well, he's got some pretty nice mares, doesn't he?
Passed away a couple of years ago. And the family cut back a bit on the operation, but they're still involved in a lesser degree. I can remember Ken Summer. He would travel everywhere to see his horses race. I'd see him at Tioga Downs. I'd see him 2 days later at the Meadows. He'd be at Scioto Downs, and he just loved harness racing.
Well, it's nice that his kids are keeping up with it, maybe at a little bit less.
Yeah.
But they're still keeping up. It's the family tradition.
They've all gone their own ways with their own lives, but in some way they do stay involved.
I think
Of
that's
course, he'd also be the breeder, I guess, on Bougie Girl, who won here Wednesday as well. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. There isn't a cloud in the sky, nothing but blue skies. Temperature in the low 80s, and I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't reach 90 degrees before the day's over.
Yep.
Of course, the way this grandstand is situated, this fairgrounds is built the way fairgrounds should be. The grandstand should be in the shade.
Yes, exactly.
The driver, Sean Barker, the second. Mark Winters, the 2, Crown Creation. Number 3 is Second to None, driven by Tyler Smith. 4, Foxtrot Patricia, Jeremy Smith drives. Number 5 is Pinky Promise with Dan Noble. 6, GV Queen, Sandy Beatty. And number 7, Fortunate Blessing, Ronnie Gillespie in the sulky. Win, place, show, exact Quinella, trifecta, dollar superfecta. Pick the first 4 in order for $1. They'll go to the gate in 3 minutes. 3 minutes to post. Wager early. Don't be shut out.
It appears that Tyler Smith, with second to none, missed the post parade, is just now coming to the track. As you can see, there is the 3-horse, second to none. Deborah Schwartz, the trainer. Tyler Smith is the driver. Field of 7, 1 through 6 on the gate, 7 a trailer in the second tier.
And the one that we don't have any information about is the GV Queen, trained and driven by Sandy Beatty, making her very first lifetime start.
In the state of Ohio, it is not required to race at the county fairs that you have a qualifier. You can go right to the races on the county fairs. Now, if you're going to race at the race meets, you must have a qualifier. But at the county fairs, a number of the trainers just drop them right into the box and skip the county fairs. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they haven't worked behind the starting gate or something like that, because Mike Wopenberg has made the trip to almost all the county fairs that he starts, at least, for schooling days. And so more than likely this horse got schooled behind the starting gate at one time or another.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the trainers themselves, if they're at a fairgrounds or at a farm, they've got a gate too. May not be a Mike Wopenberg gate, but it'll just be something behind a pickup truck, just so they know that they got to follow that.
I remember one time I went to Greenville, Texas, to call the Little Green Jug. And there's a pickup truck with 2 step ladders tied on behind. The wings did not fold.
And the starter sitting in a lawn chair in the back there?
Yeah. How'd you know he was in a lawn chair?
Actually, because we've done that a time or two in Wisconsin, where the gate broke down and we got a pickup truck and sat in the back in a chair.
One time at Greenville, Ohio, the racetrack was in such bad condition, the starter could not start the horses with the starting gate, and that was Hank Butler from Waverly, Ohio. And he came to the judges' stand and used my microphone talking to the horses. Now, gentlemen, don't want to get ahead of the rail horse. Hey, number 5, take a hold of the 5 horse. Don't get ahead of the rail horse. That's it. You're off.
And
Those used to be called gentlemen's starts, right?
Yeah, gentlemen's starts. Actually, even sooner than that, two or three, probably 5 to 10 years ago, a number of the starters could not obtain insurance for their starting gates. That was a major problem, not only here in Ohio, but in Pennsylvania and other states. And a lot of races were started in pickup trucks. Without any gates.
Without anything, yeah, just
the starter in the back of a pickup truck.
Yeah, that sitting in the back of a lawn chair is all right till you hit the first turn. Then you got to be hanging on.
You hope you're hanging on or flying out.
Yes.
You hope you're not flying out.
Right.
Horses scoring down prior to going to the gate here in this second of 15 today. We will venture up and call a couple races. Susan handle the chore. She's more talkative than I am, really.
Oh, I don't know about that.
My point being, she'll have no problem keeping you entertained. But anytime I get the opportunity to call a few races, I just I never pass it up.
After how many races approximately?
Oh, no. We don't go approximately.
Oh, okay. He's got it exact.
We go this the exact number. And the exact number is 181,272.
Wow.
181,272. Horses going to the gate
Do you update that every day?
every day.
You do. Wow.
Yeah. Field of 7, 1 through 6 on the gate. 7's a trailer. 2-year-old filly trotters behind the
Two-year-old filly
Wolfenberg
trotters
starting
rolling
gate.
behind the gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. Rough and trotting, that's Abby D going out for the lead. Crown Creation comes out in second. Second to none finds a spot in third as they move into the turn from the second tier. Fortunate Blessing racing fourth. Now makes a miscue, is off stride. Pinky Promise is off stride. Up the backside, GB Queen second to last. And racing up the backside, Foxtrot Patricia. Down the backside, going to the opening quarter, and on top, showing away, Mark Winters, Crown Creation by 2. Abby D sits the pocket second. Second and on is third. Then it's a big break to a dozen lengths to GV Queen, who is fourth. Pinky Promise to the outside is fifth. Foxtrot Patricia is sixth. The quarters on the board, 31 3/5, and trailing the field is Fortunate Blessing. Around the turn, they pass the stand for the first time and come to the half. Crown Creation shows the way and has that lead by a length. Racing second is Abby D, moving to the outside, second to none, and Tyler Smith from third to second, and Tyler Smith wants the front end with second to none as they race into the turn. Crown Creation to the inside, second to none to the outside. They're halfway home in 104. Abby D tucked to the inside is third. GB Queen is off stride fourth, racing fifth, and moving up on the outside is Foxtrot Patricia sixth. Down the backside, Fortunate Blessing. Onto the three quarters, they trotted up on the outside. Second to none now grabs the lead from Crown Creation. Abby D moves to the outside third. Foxtrot Patricia is fourth. Three quarters, 134 4. Pinky Promise trots fifth. Around the far turn, battling back, Crown Creation on the inside. On the outside, second to none, Abby D joins the chase. They have less than a 16th to come. Crown Creation second to none on the outside. Crown Creation will hang on. Second to none, second, Abby D home third. Finishing fourth, Foxtrot Patricia. The mile 2:05.
So final half in 101. The final quarter, 30 1/5. As the wind goes to Crown Creation. Mark Winters trains and drives. Benjamin Black of Union,
Unofficially,
Ohio, the owner.
2314.
2-year-old filly by Creatine out of Toy Crown. Third win and 5 this season. Crown Creation, the winner. Second to none was second. Abby D finished third, and again the time 2:05, which is a lifetime mark for Crown Creation by Creatine out of Toy Crown.
Pushed her lifetime earnings and this year's earnings up to a little over 10,000.
Mark Winters does not drive all that much. He took the opportunity to set a track record here Wednesday with Lane of Stone, 159 and a piece, couple pieces, and gets into the bike here this afternoon and wins with Crown Creation.
I think that's a favorite of his, that old Lane of Stone. My gosh, he's just an amazing racehorse.
To show you how amazing he is, in Jeff Nysonger's eyes, Jeff took his horses to Hawkinsville, Georgia, to winter train. And he sent the 3-year-olds back north to start racing and used catch drivers to drive those horses. When he did come home, the catch drivers were doing so well with these horses that he didn't start driving until Mark Winters says, "Would you drive Lane of Stone?" And Jeff says, "Yeah, I'll drive Lane of Stone."
Benjamin Black, Union, Ohio. Mark Winters drives and trains the winner. 2 for 5 this season for Crown Creation. Trying to do a lifetime mark at 205. This race sponsored by Misfit Farms. All trainers winning events today and all week during the harness racing program here at the Fayette County Fair, receiving a mug, a coffee mug from Logan Labs and Susie Shaner. It is official. Number 1, Abby D. 3, 2, Crown Creation, the winner. Number 3, Second to None, 2. 4, Foxtrot Patricia, 4. Number 5, Pinky Promise, 5. 6, GV Queen, 7. Or number 7, Fortunate Blessing, finished 6. The mile, 2:05. 31 and 3 for the quarter. The half, 104. 3 quarters, 134 and 4. Top down reads 312, 457, 6 on the bottom. The winner, Crown Creation, 560, 340, and 280. 2-3 exact at $25. Quinella, 660. 2-3-1 try, 2320. Superfecta, 2-3-1-4 combination, 2940. And that early double, 5 and 2, returns $83.60.
No changes in the third race. 2-year-old filly Pacers coming up.
Number 1, Teacher's Rock, will be driven by Jeff Nysanger.
Jeff Nysanger drives the 1, Teacher's Rock.
Which means Dan Noble will drive the 3, Old Little Shift. No other change. Well, need to know Austin Hanners. Austin Hanners is down to drive TNT Dynamite and also the 5, Nevada Rock. So we'll have to get that driver update when available. Right now, let's pause for these messages and we'll return with race 3.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders ship that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio wants to thank all the breeders that supported our first season standing the trotter, Muscle Diamond. Cool Winds also welcomed the proven sire, Mr. Apples, to our stallion barn. Randy and Kim Haynes also stand the only full brother to some beach somewhere, Bring on the Beach, sire of Heart of Chewbacca. Visit the Cool Winds consignment at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway Ag Center on Friday, September 17th.
Bow River Jewelry has been the premier designers of sulky jewelry for more than 30 years. We incorporate today's fashion designs to create a unique piece of jewelry only found at Bow River. Visit bowriverjewelry.com today. With that training win in the last by Mark Winters, that gives him 8 this season at the fairs, moves into a tie for the 3rd spot with Virgil Morgan Jr. The 8th training win of the season at the fairs for Mark Winters Jr. He's now tied 3rd with Virgil Morgan Jr., each with 8 wins this season. Moving right along to our 3rd race here this afternoon.
I just got a couple more driver changes from Doug Ballinger. The 3, Old Little Shift, will be driven by Jeff Nysanger. And the 5, Nevada Rock, will be driven by Tyler Smith.
So that's a switch from earlier.
Yes.
Who's on the 5?
Tyler Smith.
Tyler Smith on the 5. Mm-hmm. Originally, Dan was going to drive Teacher's Rock. Instead, he's going to drive
No, Dan will be on Teachers Rock.
as programmed.
Yeah. That's as far as we know right now, but these are his changes.
He is not an
Constantly.
owner or trainer of either, so he has the choice to make, and he chooses to drive the 1 Teachers Rock, and Jeff Niceowner will get the drive on the 3 Old Little Shift. Field of 5 2-year-old filly Pacers to go postward. Teachers Rock, a winner last time out, with Dan Noble. That might have had something to do with his choice. At Lebanon, a head winner in 2 minutes flat. Number 2, TNT Dynamite, has a 3rd place finish at Wilmington in 2, 3, and 4. The 3, Old Little Shift, a winner 3 back, with Brendan Johnson up at Ottawa in 2, 4, and 2. It's Jeff Niceowner today. I'll guarantee you, Brendan Johnson is watching the broadcast.
Yes.
He watches every county fair broadcast that we have because he usually comments. And Brendan, we hope you're on the way to recovery, and let us know how you're doing. The 4 is Side Chick Named Nick. Todd Luther trained, Trevor Smith the driver. Made a break 3 back, made a break 6 back. Does have a 3rd place finish at Hilliard's in 2:03 and 1. And the 5, Nevada Rock, was 2nd at Hilliard in 2:05, final quarter 29 and 3. And Tyler Smith will handle the lines this afternoon. So we got Niceowner on the 3, Tyler Smith on the 5 here in the 3rd coming up.
We just got a comment on YouTube from Greg Luther. Says he's watching on YouTube today. This is the first fair I've missed attending this year. Excited to be able to tune in and watch my horses race.
That's from Greg. Or Todd.
Greg.
Greg.
Yep.
Greg is the owner of Black Magic Racing.
Okay. We have a couple horses here that sold at public auction. The number 4 horse, Side Chick Named Nick. That's kind of hard to say. Side Chick Named Nick. Sold at the Ohio Select Sale for $25,000. And that, again, was purchased by Black Magic Racing. Todd Luther, the trainer. And Nevada Rock was a Ohio Select Sale purchase for $14,000. And the breeder on that was Midland Acres right here in Fayette County.
Side Chick Named Nick was one of the horses featured on our Freshman Focus when we visited with trainer Todd Luther. Side Chick Named Nick. I thought one of the interesting things about the interview with Todd Luther pointed out that they went to their individual caretakers and asked their caretakers, if you were going to the sale, which one would you get? And Greg Luther bought those horses for those caretakers. Now, they're owned by Black Magic Racing, but the caretakers got the horses they wanted to take care of in the stable. And I thought that was quite a gesture.
That is really neat. And it gives them some investment in
Right.
it. Not financially, but emotionally.
I believe Side Chick Named Chick, or Side Chick Named Dick, was one of those horses that the caretaker liked.
I remember you can always go back and watch those Freshman Focus. They're on OHHA Facebook page or the OHHA YouTube page. And it really was very interesting getting that insight into why people chose, why they bought this horse, or what goes into their decision on buying horses. And it was really good.
Two of those Freshman Focus was done right here at the Fayette County Fairgrounds in Washington Courthouse. And with John Ackley, one, and with Mark Winters, the other. And Frank and I were talking the other day about it, the continuing Freshman Focus next year. Now, it's only natural that we use some of the big trainers again because those are the guys that are paying the big bucks for the horses and such.
Yeah.
So you can look for us to once again have Chris Beaver and Virgil Morgan Jr. and Todd Luther and some of those trainers. But we'll try and add 5 or 6 trainers next year that we did not get to visit with this year to kind of spread it around. But there will be some repeats, but there'll also be a number of new ones too.
That's a nice idea. And this year we had Ashley Daly wrote some Facebook posts about some of the trainers that only had 1 or 2 horses. So
Yeah.
it is nice to get everybody their little spot in the limelight.
We also wanted to feature some of our lady trainers, of course, because if you remember, Jessica Rodner, Jessica Milner, and Christy Noble all finished in the top 50 trainers nationwide with wins. They had great years. I haven't checked the figures this year, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised to once again see them up there in that top 50 list.
A lot of Ohio
Number 1
trainers
is
in that
Teacher's
top
Rock.
50
Dan
list.
Noble drives. Austin Henners drives
I think at one time
TNT
last year I
Dynamite.
counted 27 out
Oh,
of the
gosh.
50.
Number 3, Old Little Ship, the driver Jeff Nysunger. Trevor Smith, the 4, side chick named Nick. And number 5, Nevada Rock, Tyler Smith in the sulky. Win, place, show exact to Quinella, trifecta wagering. Post time for the 3rd in 3 minutes.
Trevor Smith missing the post parade with side chick named Nick. He is on the track, but missed the actual post parade. 2-year-old filly Pacers coming up. First division. First of 3 divisions.
We have someone checking in from Clarksville, Tennessee. I don't know.
Clarksville, Tennessee. Isn't that where at one time Interstate 75 began or something?
Oh, I don't know
There's
that.
something about Clarksville, Tennessee that rings a bell in my mind as a youngster. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mark Reinhardt from Sydney. So welcome to the program.
Sydney, Ohio?
Sydney, Ohio.
Oh, see, I thought you was going to go back. No, Sydney, Australia.
Not yet, but I'll bet there'll
Hey.
be somebody.
Maybe we'll see him in Sydney.
Yeah, yes.
I'll be there on Wednesday night. I guess they race Tuesday night as well. There's 9 races scheduled Tuesday night at Sydney, and not sure about Wednesday, but I'm looking forward to being on Sydney. I've only been to Sydney once. That was in the days of Eugene Fogt, F-O-G-T, and he was a top driver here in the Buckeye State and stabled out of Sydney. Johnny Mahar, M-A-H-A-R, Mayer, I believe you pronounce it. He was on the speed committee in those days and raised Belgians
Oh,
on the harness racing speed committee, and he raised Belgians.
wow.
One of my remembrances of the trip to the Shelby County Fairgrounds in Sydney, Ohio. Like I said, I've only been there once, but I did call the races one time at Sydney.
We also just got a shout out from Bob Podmore.
Out in Reno, Nevada.
Yep. He drove all the way from Reno. Where did he meet you at?
Wilmington.
Wilmington. Came up.
Now, he said it, folks. He said, I said, what brings you to Wilmington? He says, I wanted to meet you. Plus, he brought my book along and wanted me to sign the book.
Wow. He
So-
said it was a check off his bucket list to meet you, so that's pretty cool.
Can you imagine? I mean, seriously, folks, those that really know, I get very embarrassed sometimes by what takes place. And that was one of the highlights of my life, to think that somebody would drive all the way from Reno, Nevada to Wilmington, Ohio, just to see Roger.
Yep.
Horses going to the gate for the 3rd. 2-year-old filly Pacers at 1 mile.
The K. Reed Memorial.
Kay Reed, for many years, worked in the race office here at the Fayette County Fair for 40 years. She was a fixture at Midland Acres and many of the local sales, including the Lexington Fall Sale. They're all in behind the gate for the K. Reed Memorial 2-year-old filly pace, and here they come. They were off and pacing TNT Dynamite between horses. From the inside, Teachers Rock the outside. Oh, Little Shift is 3 wide as they move into the turn. Nevada Rock will come out in fourth, and Side Tick named Jick is the early trader at the opening 8th. Up the backside they go. Oh, Little Shift and Jeff Nysonger. Teachers Rock, Dan Noble race second, TNT Dynamite, Austin Hanners is third, racing fourth, Nevada Rock with Tyler Smith and Sidecheck, Name Nick, and Trevor Smith trail the field fifth, 8 lengths off the lead. They race by the opening quarter and turn by the quarter in at 30 1/5 around the turn, low showing away. Oh, Little Shift by a length. Second, Teachers Rock, TNT Dynamite, Nevada Rock and Sidecheck, Name Nick, all in straight alignment. Passing the stand for the first time and coming to the half. Jeff Nysonger and Old Little Shift lead them by a length. Teachers Rock right there second. TNT Dynamite is third. Nevada Rock be the first to move and come to the outside from fourth. Side Chick Name Nick is fifth at the half. The end of the turn to the 5/8. Halfway home, 101 2/5 with the lead down the backside. TNT Dynamite, Teachers Rock moves to the outside for Dan Noble. Nevada Rock moving on the outside with every stride to the inside. TNT Dynamite on the outside, stride for stride. TNT Dynamite and Oh Little Shift. They're hooked up in a battle as they move into the far turn. Grabbing the lead as they race around the turn. Teachers Rock 3/4, 132 2. Oh Little Shift is second. TNT Dynamite. Phillies turn for home. It is Teachers Rock with the lead. Nevada Rock joins the chase on the outside with Oh Little Shift, but on the line, it is Teachers Rock.
So there you have it, and Dan Noble made the right choice. He chooses to stick with Teachers Rock and makes it 2 in a row in Ohio.
2:02.
Last half. I wrote the wrong time down. 2:02.
Fractional
Last
times,
half was
30
1 minute and
1/5
3
for the
fifths.
quarter of the half, 101 2, 3/4,
The final quarter
132
was in
2.
29
The winning time 2
and 3. Teachers
Final half 1 minute.
Rock with back-to-back wins, the third of 4 this season. Just the first division of the 2-year-old filly pace. 2:02.
Unofficially 1-3-2. 1-3-2 is unofficial.
Finishing second was Old Little Shift. TNT Dynamite finished third. Mark Winters and his father, Mark Winters, warming up, passing in front of us.
Mark Winters, the original. Is that what he calls? Is that what he calls himself?
He does not like Mark Winters Sr. So that makes him too old.
Here's your winner of the first division. Ohio Racing Association 2-year-old filly pace. Here's the one at Teachers Rock. She's a 2-year-old bay filly by Pet Rock out of the Yankee Cruiser mare. She shall cruise. Kent Walker, New Vienna, Ohio. Brian Georges trains the winner. Dan Noble in the sulky. Teachers Rock goes 3 for 4 in her young career. Home a winner today here at the Fayette County Fair of 202. Presentation in the winner's circle, the K. Reed Memorial Blanket. The racing program this year here at the 2021 Fayette County Fair, named in honor of K. Reed. K, who worked in the race office for many years here at the Fayette County Fair. Worked at Midland Acres for 40 years and was a fixture at many of the horse sales here in Ohio and in Lexington. The K. Reed Memorial goes to the 1, Teachers Rock, trainer Brian Georges and driver Dan Noble. Hold all tickets at general inquiry before we give the complete order of finish. General inquiry on the 3rd. Bring them on for the 4th. Have results momentarily.
Judges want to talk over something as we've got a general inquiry.
All trainers, winning horses.
General inquiry into this 3rd race before going official. For Dan Noble, that was win number 9 this season at the fairs. He now moves into a tie for the 5th spot with Brett Miller. And for Brian Georges, win number 8, a 3-way tie for 3rd place as far as trainers are concerned. Dan Noble, win number 9. Brian Georges, win number 8 at the county fairs this season. We'll hang on a few moments to see if we get the official order of finish in a reasonable amount of time.
We just got a question. Does Weaver Stable have any horses in today? So I'm kind of cruising over the program.
Brian Weaver had a horse that was already in. Finished 3rd to Abby D with Sean Barker in the 2nd race. Brian Weaver, Abby D finished 3rd in 2:05. But there's more than one Brian Weaver. So I don't know if that's
right.
Brian they're referring to.
Have complete rundown shortly.
Here's the order of finish. Or did he say shortly?
I think he said shortly, yeah.
Oh, shortly.
We have, many of you know who have been with the racing program here in Ohio. We have the Racing with the Stars tent out of retirement for the past, for here at
It certainly looks a lot better this year.
Are you saying because of who's under it? Ashley Daly.
Ashley Daly.
Yeah.
A far cry from Tom Pye.
Yep, she's got the wheel and everything.
That might explain why there's such a crowd around that tent all the time.
There is. There's been a constant, and you said on Wednesday there was a long line.
Oh, yeah. A bigger crowd Wednesday night because Wednesday being twilight racing, we had a lot more people out on the apron or the grassy area in front of the grandstand, and it was the wiener dog night and such. This is a 12 noon post time on a Saturday afternoon, but still a real good crowd. Here's your order of finish.
Rock, the winner. 2 TNT Dynamite 3, number 3, Old Little Ship 2. 4-side chick named Nick 5, and number 5, Nevada Rock finished 4th. The mile 202. 30 and a 5th, 101 and 2, 132 and 2. Top down 132, 5-4 on the bottom. The winner 440, 220, 260. 1-3 exact is 740. Quinella 480, 132 try, 1160. 4th race coming up next, and it's up in 10 minutes. A field of 6. There are no changes. Only change the blanket.
4th race coming up, Ohio Colt Racing Association Stake 2-year-old Colt Pacers, $2,829. This is our second of 5 divisions. Second of 5 divisions coming up in the 4th here at Washington Courthouse. We'll be back with more after these important messages.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Doctor, give me the news! Is it bad credit?
It's bad credit, and you need a car.
Can I be cured?
Yes, but your case needs immediate attention. Visit lowcostcarsoh.com or lowcostcarsnorth.com today. Bad credit, no credit, don't worry. Start driving today.
I've been cured! I can get a car! Woo!
Even if you're sick with bad credit, get a great car today at either Low Cost Cars locations in Circleville and Columbus.
Back here for the fourth coming up. Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old Colt Pace, second division. Total purse $14,145. The name Kirk is synonymous with Fayette County. And this race is named in memory of Kenny Kirk, relative of the great McKinley Kirk. $2,829 up for grabs in his second division. First division of the 2-year-old Colt Pace went in 2 minutes and 4/5. This division, a field of 6 to go postward. Dirty Harry 2 was a winner at Circleville on June the 20th, 2-5-1. Was placed the winner July the 19th at Lebanon. Finished second place, the winner, in 2 minutes and 2/5. The 2, Will He Do It Again? Dan O'Mara, Ron Gillespie team up. Winner last time out at Lebanon in 2 minutes and 1/5 for Gillespie. The 3 is Get Extreme. Clarence Folk, the trainer. Jack Daly, the driver. Shows a qualifier at Scioto, finishing 8th in 2-4-4. The 4, Mock Out Knockout. Bucky Trout trains and drives. First to start, no qualifiers or anything. Right to the races with the 4, Mock Out Knockout. The 5 is Moved by the Spirit. Timothy Lane trains. Jeremy Smith, the driver. Winner in a Buckeye Stallion Series race at Northfield in 1:58-2, final quarter 29. And Jeremy Smith is on hand to do the driving this afternoon, as he was in that Stallion Series event at Northfield. The 6 is Why Don't You Kiss This? Roger Hughes Jr. trains. Austin Hanners drives. Shows wins at Circleville in 2-5-3 and Ottawa 2-0-3-1 before making a break and finishing 7th place, 6th. Then a lesser degree of race where he finished 5th at Lebanon. So Roger Hughes Jr. hoping to get back on track. Enlists the aids of Austin Hanners, who will be driving for the first time. Why Don't You Kiss This? Field of 6 in this 2-year-old Colt Pace coming up.
The fellow that was asking about a Weaver stable was actually asking about Jimmy Weaver, and I cruised through the program and didn't see any Jimmy Weaver in there today.
I'm not familiar with a Jimmy Weaver.
Jim Cunningham, checking in from West Jefferson, Ohio, said, "Love this fairgrounds racing. Thanks for the live streaming." So we appreciate those kind words.
At one time, he drove on the county fair circuit here in the state of Ohio.
We certainly want you to come to the races, but if you can't, this is a perfect way to still enjoy watching the races and a little banter in between.
In talking with Lisa Swartz, they're going to remodel the grandstand next year.
Oh.
This opening, you see, it's hard to explain it to the people at home, but the initial overhang is going to be removed.
Okay.
And then put a new front back here where the poles are, and do something to the roof and the seats and things like that. So major project.
I see they got the yellow caution tape out.
Yeah.
Like in a memory.
These are the horses.
They
Number
are
one is Dirty
post-parade.
Harry 2, the driver, Jeff Nicesonger. Number 2, Willie Do It Again, Ronnie Gillespie. Jack Daly drives the 3, Get Extreme. Number 4, Muck Out Knockout with Bucky Trout. Jeremy Smith, the 5, Moved by the Spirit. And number 6, Why Don't You Kiss This? Austin Hanners in the Sulky. Win, play, show, exact, Quinella, trifecta, dollar super. Going to the gate in 3 minutes. Don't be shut out.
Field of 6, all on the gate for the upcoming 4th here this afternoon.
I love these old grandstands with the worn wooden seats. And one of my fairs back home in Wisconsin, they took down their grandstand, and we actually, for the next few years, we got trophies that were made out of the old seats.
Oh, really?
And I thought that was really cool. So it's something to remind you of the old.
I don't know what the oldest standing grandstand is in the state of Ohio now, but I would think Washington Courthouse is up there pretty good. At one time in the state of Ohio, the Columbiana County Fair in Lisbon had a grandstand that was 158 years young.
Oh my gosh.
And they finally tore it down, built an all-new grandstand. All of the money raised was not county money, no grants, but donations from residents of the county.
Wow.
Over $1 million
Oh my goodness.
was raised. It included, and this is what I love, an air-conditioned judges stand.
Oh.
Seriously, top of the grandstand, air-conditioned judges stand, big black stuffed office chairs that swivel and turn around and everything. Oh my goodness gracious! Oh, we live the high life, and that I think is essential for August 2nd and 3rd, their racing program. And we're once again, I think we'll be there for, I think it'll be our 33rd year or something like that at Lisbon.
Oh my gosh.
Coming up. So we're looking forward to that trip. Be there on Monday and Tuesday, the 2nd and 3rd, and then we'll be at our home fair, the Greene County Fair in Xenia, on August 4 and 5.
And we've got coming up tomorrow, well, even today, at 6 o'clock tonight, we have Mount Vernon.
There is one of the most beautiful settings in all of the state of Ohio.
Is it?
Has a lake in the infield.
Oh.
Or a pond, large pond. It's track is in kind of a bowl, hillside around most of the track. Grandstand is elevated from the racetrack itself, and it just, even in the home stretch, so many people come out with blankets and put the blankets out on the grass and sit in the grassy areas. Now, I'm speaking, maybe 15 years ago, so how much has changed, I'm not sure, but we actually called the races at Knox County for something like 19 or 20 years.
Oh. Well, on tonight at 6 o'clock, Jay Wolf and Tom Pye will be bringing you the races from there. And then on Monday, you and Jay Wolf will be there.
Who am I with at Marysville?
Me.
Oh! Back to back.
Back to back, yep. Roger and I will be at Marysville tomorrow. Tom Pye will be at Marysville on Monday.
They're at the gates rolling. It's
And Frank Frost and I will be shooting from Tiffin.
Susan is the only one that's got the schedule memorized.
I bring it along. Don't kid yourself. There's too many.
I posted my schedule on Facebook. Since I spend half my life on Facebook, I thought that'd be an easy place to post my schedule.
Yeah.
Here they come.
Fourth race, 2-year-old Colt Pacers, field of 6. Doug Ballinger with the call.
Rough and pacing, why don't you kiss this on the far outside? Dirty Harry 2 to the inside. Will he do it in? Comes out in third. Moved by the Spirit is fourth as they move into the turn. And off stride is moved by the Spirit. Round the turn to the opening 8 to go. Dirty Harry 2, the leader by a length. Right there, second. Why don't you kiss this? We'll pocket up and get the 2-hole trip. Will he do it again? Next and third. Get Extreme racing fourth. Racing fifth. Moved by the Spirit and trailing the field. Mock out, knockout. Opening quarter, 30 and a fifth as they race around the turn. Showing away. Dirty Harry 2 by a length. Why don't you kiss this is second. Taking a peek to the outside. Here comes. Will he do it again? And Ronnie Gillespie, moved by the Spirit, and Jeremy Smith will pick up that cover to the inside. Get Extreme and trailing the field. Mock out, knockout. They're at the half, and they're coming after the leader. Dirty Harry 2. Will he do it again on the outside? Why don't you kiss this? Racing third at the half. 102, 3/5. Racing fourth. Moved by the Spirit. Fifth to the inside. Get Extreme and mock out, knockout. Off stride trails the field. Up the backside. Dirty Harry 2 by 3 parts of a length. Will he do it again on the outside? Coming 3 wide. Jeremy Smith and moved by the Spirit. Now third and moving up the inside. Why don't you kiss this? Austin enters fourth. Get Extreme fifth. Sick. Mock out, knockout. 3/4, 133 and 1. Around the far turn. Dirty Harry 2's had it his way so far, but they're coming at him on the outside. Will he do it again and move by the Spirit and down the stretch a pace? On the outside, will he do it again? Moved by the Spirit. Will he do it again? Moved by the Spirit. Dirty Harry 2. And why don't you kiss this? A photo for place show and the 4th position for the Superfecta.
I do believe we've got
the mile 202, 2/5.
Will he do it again for Ron Gillespie and Dan O'Mara? There's a winning combination at the Ohio Fairs.
Yes.
Second is moved by the Spirit, and finishing third, Dirty Harry 2. If my photo eyes are correct, they've called for a photo for place. But I do think
unofficially
it's 251.
2516.
And they just announced
2516 is unofficial.
6, the unofficial order of finish, as this 2-year-old Colt Pace goes in 202 and 2/5. So the first division remains the fastest.
That move by the Spirit, driven by Jeremy Smith, made an early miscue and bounced back huge. Went 3 wide around the last turn.
Be a portion of a
and finished really tight up there. It was close to the winner.
Deer Run Billy, Hanky Panky Andy.
It is Gillespie's 32nd win. Dan O'Mara moves into a tie with Chris Beaver with 10 each.
And like you said, we've seen that combination of Ronnie Gillespie and Dan O'Mara a lot at these fairs.
Fact is, they're the winningest combination.
Oh. Got a nice crowd out in the winner's circle.
Brad Conrad, track photographer.
He really is quick at getting you pictures, isn't he?
Yep.
Roger asked him for something, and he must have quite a cataloging system because no matter what we ask him for, he can find it really quickly. So it's...
Well, I'll tell you, it is a known fact when you post on Facebook, if you post a picture, you get double the hits than a plain word post. So Brad Conrad really helps our viewership on Facebook.
Marjorie Paul Hamus, Ledlow Falls owns. Dan O'Mara trains Ronnie Gillespie in the Socky, the mile 202, 2/5. Second win, 3 career starts for the winner. Will he do it again? This race, the Kenny and Wendell Kirk Memorial. Kara Kirkpatrick trackside with the presentation of the blanket.
You got to get a lot of people in this picture.
On behalf of Kenny and Wendell Kirk, making the presentation of the two.
Looks like
Willie
about
do
12,
it again, and
13
Ronnie
people out
Gillespie. 2:02 2/5, fractional times, 30 1/5, 1:02 3, 1:33 1.
Last half was in 59-4. Final quarter, 29-1.
You'll notice once in a while in the winner's circle, I just noticed it with this horse that the caretaker was kind of shaking her head a little bit just to keep her attention, because it's hard for some of these young horses to just get done racing and then come back and have to stand still. That's really hard for some of them. So I see Olivia was just shaking her head a little bit just to say, hey, pay attention. Everything's all right.
2-5-1-6 is official.
We've got somebody joining us from Strathroy, Ontario.
Results are official. Number 1, Dirty Harry 2-3. 2, Willie Do It Again, the winner. Number 3, Get Extreme, finished 5th. The 4, Knockout 6. 5, Move by the Spirit 2, and number 6, Why Don't You Kiss This 4. 2:02 2/5. 3-1-5-6-2-4 on the bottom. The winner 660, 210, and 280. Exact to 1080. Quinella 520. Try 3940. Superfecta $18.60. Fifth race coming up in 10 minutes. A field of 6. Number 4, Deer Run Billy. Make the driver Trevor Smith. Trevor Smith drives the 4, Deer Run Billy. Fireworks Flash, Good Vibes. Leaping Legend, Deer Run Billy. Hanky Panky Andy and Blue Jacket, bring 'em on.
Fifth race coming up, Ohio Colt Racing Association 3-year-old Colt Trot. $5,130, first of 2 divisions. No changes in the 5th. We're going to take a break and call races 5, 6, and 7. Phil Terry will be joining Susan Schroeder on the broadcast. Phil, former marketing director and fair manager of the Delaware County Fair, and I'm sure he knows what's going on with the fair this year in Delaware County. We'll be back with more right here from Washington Courthouse after these messages.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best. When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders ship that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Selling your horse? Sell for free. No fees, no commissions. The only free auction site in the industry. There's no problem selling your horse at harnesshorseauction.com.
Okay, we're back at the Fayette County Fair in Washington Courthouse, getting ready for race number 5. And as Roger mentioned, he's going to go up and call races 5, 6, and 7. So we are joined by Phil Terry, former fair manager at Delaware, marketing director, and on the Wall of Fame.
Yes, that's me.
That's that's kind of impressive. Can we talk a little bit about Delaware? Tom
Sure.
Wright was at our OHHA board meeting yesterday and told us that you got some more big plans.
Yeah, we do. It's first of all, let me say that the OHHA has been such a big help to fair racing as a whole, but to Delaware, they've been very supportive of all the fair racing across the state.
Yeah, fair racing is the backbone, isn't it? I mean,
Yes.
the drivers start out here, the horses start out here, and they just keep improving their craft until they can go to the big tracks.
Right. You look at the big tracks across the country, which I say we have some.
Yes.
Look at where those drivers from Ohio came from.
Yeah.
Probably the best driver that's out there right now, David, started right here.
Right here at the fairs.
Yep.
Yep. Well, it's a good place to start because I think you learn a lot driving at these fairs.
You do, because you're not just a driver.
Yes.
You got to be able to know how to hook the horse up, take care of him. Lots of different things that come to attention.
Yeah. And that, like you said, that makes you a full horseman.
Right.
Because in my opinion, at least, it's very important that you're a horseman first and then a driver.
Yes.
So we heard that you have this huge building. It's an event center that's almost ready.
Right. It started off as the new junior fair building, and it'll hold all of the offices for the manager and the secretaries and employees, and it's got a large banquet area. It's going to be opened up sometime in August, and it'll be there for everybody to enjoy during the fair. It's been quite a project. Last year, COVID slowed it down some, but it's going to be ready.
I gone up to Delaware quite a number of times, and it's very interesting to see the progress of how it's coming along. So it looks like it's just going to be a great addition. And was that funded by the bed tax, what they call the bed tax?
Yes.
Can you explain how that bed tax works?
The bed tax is it's a 3% tax that's on all people that stay in any motel in Delaware County. It's 3% per night. And last year it hurt very a lot because nobody was traveling, but it does very well for us. The intentions are by the time they get done with it in another 10 years or 11, hopefully they have the whole fairgrounds rebuilt, redesigned, and ready to last another 100 years.
Oh, that is great. Tom also said something that I found really amazing was that I guess you had a few water leaks.
Yeah, we did.
Quite a few, it sounded like, because he said your water bill went from like $30,000 to $1,000 after the leaks were fixed.
Yes.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
It was old, it was old infrastructure. Plumbing was put in when needed. You know how fairgrounds fairs work.
Yep. Fix only what's broken.
Yes. But yes, well, the water we did, it's now a very low water bill.
Wow. That's what do they say? You got to sharpen the saw once in a while. So I guess that's kind of that philosophy.
Yeah.
Fix things. Well, that is great. That's just, and there's a lot of those things that got fixed that you just normal person can't see.
No.
It's all infrastructure kind of things.
We don't see it until the water comes up to the ground. It's like,
Yeah.
uh-oh.
Oh. Wow. Well, we're looking ahead to the 5th race here, which is the first of 2 divisions of 3-year-old colt trotters. Total purse for this 3-year-old colt trot is $10,260, and this race will go for $5,130. This is Ohio Colt Racing Association. We have 1 driver change that we know about so far. The 4-horse Deer Run Billy will be driven by Trevor Smith. We just have 1 horse in here who has visited the winner's circle, and that is Leaping Legend, the 3-horse. who was a $21,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale. One most recently at Lebanon in 2, 2, and 3. And then one back in at the end of June at Scioto in a horse and gelding non-winners of 1 pari-mutuel lifetime, 1 in 58 and 4. But a lot of these horses have been trotting under 2 minutes. We have the 6 horse will be driven by Casey Burns. Casey is the trainer's daughter, Roy Burns, and something that's going to be interesting is that there is going to be a father-daughter duel match tomorrow at Marysville.
Oh.
They are the only 2 in the race, and I can imagine that there might be just a little bit of talk about that between father and daughter, so be interesting.
Yes, that would be.
See who comes out the best, because I think the horses are pretty evenly matched. So maybe Casey's going to have to outdrive old Dad.
Well, I bet she'll be trying.
Yes, I'm sure she will. Okay, looks like we're getting ready for the post parade.
5 out, 1 to go.
Well, we're still waiting on one horse. A lot of different barns here. It looks like all the barns are in the first turn. Up here, all the permanent horse barns. And I imagine that there's
You're all out.
a lot of people train here year round.
Yes, there is. I was through the barn area early today. And one of the nice things that the 4-H horses that are down in the 4-H barn, they left yesterday.
Horses are on
so
the
that
track
expanded
and
their ability
close.
to
Fifth race,
house more
Ohio
horses
Colt
today.
Racing Association 3-year-old Colt Trot, first division.
That was good with 15 races.
$5,130. The Miller Memorial Trot. Number 1, Fireworks Fleisch, the driver, Jeremy Smith. Number 2, Good Vibes with Sonny Beatty. Number 3, Leaping Legend, Jason Brewer. Number 4, Deer Run Billy, the driver, Trevor Smith. Number 5, Hanky Panky Andy with Ty Van Roden. And number 6, Blue Jacket, Casey Burns in the sulky. Horse will take 1 score, go to the gate. You have less than 4 minutes to wager, less than 4 to wager on race 5. Jeremy Smith, Sandy Beatty, Jason Brewer, Trevor Smith, Ty Van Roden, and Casey Burns in the 5th.
And here we see Blue Jacket coming out. Had to have a little equipment adjustment up there by the draw gate. Looked like Dad was helping out Casey and adjusting some kind of equipment. It seems like sometimes no matter how careful you are before you leave the barn area, once in a while something still has to be changed. Driver will come back and say, I want his hole up, or his head up 1 more hole. Or I want this change or this change. Put that head pull on tight instead of loose. It's just
I don't know if the people, just how many things involved in that equipment that are crucial, little things.
Yes. Just like I said, 1 hole so that horse's head is either up or down a half an inch.
Right.
Makes a difference. Yeah. Some of them are very critical. That equipment is critical. I think that's the part about being a trainer that people don't even think about. You think, well, you just go out there and you go around and you go increasingly faster and then they get to race. But it's all those little details, the shoeing especially, the changes in angle, changes in the weight of the shoe, the toe length. There's just so many variables that come into play. And since they can't talk and say, yeah, I'd really like my toes just a 1/4 inch longer. You got to figure that all out. I guess they tell you in different ways than verbally.
The USTA sponsors an annual seminar for people who want to become new owners or are getting started in the business.
Yep.
And they've hosted it at Delaware several times. And one of the most interesting parts of the whole program they go through. It's for 3 days. Is the guys talking about the feet, what you do with them, how the shoes will affect, and it's pretty interesting. And you don't really know that until you really listen to it.
Right. I've been involved in a lot of the Harness Horse Youth Foundation camps where the kids come. Used to be they came for 5 days. Now, COVID has kind of changed that so that they're not as long. But when the kids would watch the blacksmith for the first time and watch them paring away at the foot and cutting the excess foot away, and they all go, "Doesn't that hurt? Doesn't that hurt?" And you say, "Well, it's just like your fingernails. As long as it's long and you don't cut it real close, it doesn't hurt them." So it is kind of neat that we can share that education with people. We have Ashley Daly's down here at the Racing with the Stars tent, and that's one of her big focuses. I can see her right now teaching some little kids, talking to them about the racehorses, and she's very interested in teaching the kids because that's what we need. We need the younger generation. So it looks like they're about ready to go to the gate. We have one driver change in this race, the 4 Deer Run Billy, driven by Trevor Smith. Mike Wolkenberg has opened the wings. All 6 horses will be on the gate.
Horses approaching the starting gate.
And we will join the voice for the call.
3-year-old trotters are all in behind the Mike Wopkenberg starting gate on the upper turn. Gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and trotting. Good Vibes right out for the lead. Fireworks Flash gets away second. Leaping Legend on the outside third. Deer Run Billy gets away fourth. Racing fifth. Blue Jacket trailing the field. Hanky Panky Andy off stride. Down the backside going to the first quarter mark. Up on the outside, Leaping Legend and Jason Brewer to take the lead. Racing second, now going off stride is Good Vibes. Down the backside they go. Leaping Legend with the lead. Fireworks Flash is here second. Third on the outside, Deer Run Billy. Racing fourth is Blue Jacket. Off stride fifth, Good Vibes. And treading the field, Hanky Panky Andy as they race over to the first quarter mark. As they race into the lane first time, coming to the halfway point. Up on the outside, taking battle for the lead. That's Deer Run Billy. On the inside, Leaping Legend. Racing third, Fireworks Flash. Racing fourth, Blue Jacket. Into the turn, Hanky Panky Andy is fifth and treading the field. Good Vibes on to the backside. The battle continues. Leaping Legend on the inside. Up on the outside second with every stride, battling for the lead. Now inching back a bit, Deer Run Billy. Racing third, Fireworks Flash in position. Racing fourth, Blue Jacket. Hanky Panky Andy fifth. Good Vibes trails the field at the 3-quarter mark. Into the final turn on top of the field. Leaping Legend has the lead off of the 3 quarters in 1:33 and 2. Into the lane first time, coming to the final wire. On top, it's Leaping Legend. On the outside, Fireworks Flash closing in. Leaping Legend, Fireworks Flash. Leaping Legend, Fireworks Flash. Blue Jacket, home fourth. Deer Run Billy, Hanky Panky Andy, and treading the field, Good Vibes.
That was another exciting race up front. A few of them made breaks and were way out of it, but good race between the first 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, all the races today have been good finishes.
Yeah.
Strong performance by them.
That was nice to see them come home really good.
Unofficial 3-1-6. 3-1-6. The quarter, 31-3. The half, 102-4. 3 quarters, 133-2. The mile, 204 3/5.
So that makes Leaping Legend 3 for 5 this year. And then with a second place finish also. So horse has been racing really well. As we said before, he won at Scioto Downs in 58-4, won at Lebanon in 2-2-3, and now has won here at Washington Courthouse, 2-4-3. Don't forget, you can go to ohha.com to the home page, middle of the page, and scroll down till you see where it says live broadcasts and fair programs, and click there, and then you will find the programs for these races that we are broadcasting. I want to thank the United States Trotting Association for allowing us to have access to those programs so that you can have those if you're not able to come to the track.
Into the winner's circle, the winner, First Division, Ohio Colt Racing Association, 3-year-old Colt Trot. Number 3, Leaping Legend. James Fleming of Bayfield, Ontario, Canada, the owner. Jason Brewer's 3rd training win at the fairs, his 2nd winning drive at the fairs this season. 3-year-old gelding by Uncle Peter out of Leaping Lady. Home a winner in 204 3/5. Final half, 101-4. The final quarter, 31-1. Leaping Legend and Jason Brewer.
Okay, looking ahead to the 6th race is the second of 3 divisions of the Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old filly trot. 6 horses in it, going for a total purse of $3,943. And we'll be back and talk to Phil Terry a little bit. Maybe we'll talk about the Little Brown Jug next. So we'll
Results are official. Number 1, Fireworks Flash, 2. Number 2, Good Vibes, 6. Number 3, Leaping Legend, the winner. Number 4, Deer Run Billy, 4. Number 5, Hanky Panky Andy, 5. Number 6, Blue Jacket, 3. Top down, 2, 6, 1, 4, 5, 3 on the bottom. The mile, 204 3/5. 6th race, 2-year-old filly trot. 2nd division, $3,943. Race sponsored by Bennett Brothers Salvage. Bennett Brothers Salvage sponsoring the 6th. Number 2, MJ's Tommy Girl. The driver, Dan Noble. Number 3, Go To Gal, Tyler Smith. Dan Noble on the 2, Tyler Smith on the 3.
Okay, we'll be back for the 6th after these messages.
Athletes, they come in all shapes and sizes. They catch, they leap, they run. Some athletes even come with 4 legs and paws and hooves. When these beloved family members need care, remember the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio State experts wrote the book on exceptional animal care and know how to get our best friends back on their feet. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Okay, we're back at the Washington Courthouse Fairgrounds for the Fayette County races. And we're here with Phil Terry from Delaware. Roger is up calling a few races. We were talking in the office the other day about the Jug Day and thinking that because people were kept away last year, that it may be huge this year. What is your thoughts?
I think it will be. The early indications are in ticket sales is up significantly over 2 years ago.
It is.
Which is a good sign. Mm-hmm. People are anxious and ready to come back.
Yeah.
And we'll be full operation at the fair. Much different than last year.
Yes. That was it was kind of eerie to sit in the grandstand, and I imagine for you guys it must have been really awful.
Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah. And I'll bet people that didn't get to come last year are just so anxious.
Yes.
To attend that. It's just such a wonderful event. You guys do such a good job with that many people on the grounds. It's got to be a kind of a difficult situation to handle all those people.
Yes, it can be, but luckily, a lot of the people that come are repeats.
Right.
And they sort of know what to do and where to do it. And they're very helpful to other people to explain, this is what you do here, that's where you can go to get that.
Yeah.
And it works very well. There's lots of challenges with that many.
Yeah.
But probably the biggest one of handling all the people is their parking.
Oh, yes. That's right. Because you utilize so much of the space that you have.
Every part of that grounds on Jug Day is cars sitting in it.
Cars.
I had a gentleman one year, probably 4 or 5 years ago, and it was after the race, and he's walking around, and I stopped and asked him what did he need help? I parked somewhere, but I can't find my car.
Oh, gosh.
So I got him to describe where he was. Mm-hmm. He was parked in the middle of the motor complex.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, you could get lost easily.
Yes.
Easily at that fairgrounds. It's big and with that many people around. I was amazed at the first time I went, which was actually when I first got here, so about 6 years ago was my very first jug, at how the back of the track is there's so many people there. And yet they are all very respectful of the horses coming in and out of the barns.
They are.
That was very nice to see.
They make way for them. Mm-hmm. One thing that's great, all those people there have one thing in common. They love the horse.
Yeah.
That's the essential part of this business, is the horse. We have a great love for it.
That's right. And they have their individual personalities. They're all a little bit different. Some of them don't mind that crowd at all, and some of them need to be their hooves held as they're walking through those big crowds. It's got to be, from the horse's perspective, that's the biggest crowds that they will ever see.
It's the volume there that they hear as they come across that grandstand they haven't heard before. Right. And it can be scary.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. It's the third week in September.
Yeah, this year it's the 23rd. Actually, it's the way it's done is it's the third Thursday after Labor Day.
Okay.
So it can
vary.
It can be the fourth Thursday of the month.
Okay.
Depending on when Labor Day hit.
Yeah.
This year, I think it is the fourth Thursday. I can't remember.
I wonder if my calendar goes that far. Nope.
But that's been that way. The first couple of years it raced on Wednesday.
Oh.
But when they expanded their number of race days, it moved to Thursday.
Because you race Sunday? Starting Sunday, right?
Right. We have 5 days starting on Sunday.
And there is usually a lot of races each day.
We'll average probably about 15 a day. We've had some bigger than that.
Yeah.
We've had, on a jug day, oftentimes we'll have 21, 22.
Wow.
Starts early and ends
late. So well worth the price of admission for,
yes.
for that many races. And,
yes.
And the great horses. And what's neat is that you see some of these horses that this might be one of their only trips to the Midwest.
That's right.
You know, that they usually race on the East Coast. But I have to say that the Ohio breds are stalking the Little Brown Jug, I believe.
They are.
We're going to have horses in there sooner than later.
Yes, the breeding in Ohio has just increased dramatically in quality of both the mare and the stallion.
Yeah. Yeah, there's people are not afraid of making an investment here to bring these high-priced stallions in because the program is so good. I mean, there's so many opportunities to race here in Ohio.
And you also see there's a lot of out-of-staters buying Ohio horses to race here because the great programs that we have and the different levels that the horses can race in, so everybody got a chance to race for money at their competitive level.
Yes, and the money is good. I mean, we're looking here, and now granted, the 2-year-old colt pacers are going for a little less today because there's so many of them.
Well, I've never seen 5 divisions of that.
Right.
$3,943. Sponsored
okay, we'll
by
join
Bennett
Roger for
Brothers
the post
Salvage.
parade.
Number 1, Miss Pebbles, Jack Daly. Number 2, MJ's Tommy Girl with Dan Noble. Number 3, Go To Gal, Tyler Smith. Number 4 is April Spirit with Alex Hall. Number 5, Hannah's the One with Mark Winters. Number 6, Papina, Sandy Beatty in the sulky. Horse take 1 score, go to the gate, less than 4. Don't be shut out, less than 4.
We got a comment here from Dave Myrick, who is down in Florida, says, shout out to Phil. He's been the backbone of the Delaware Fairgrounds for forever.
Well, thanks, Dave. My first job, I was a sophomore at Ohio Wesleyan University.
Oh.
And at that time, Wesleyan started late. So I went up to the fairgrounds and got a job directing traffic.
Oh, gosh.
And for the whole run of the fair, I directed traffic from 6 in the morning till 6 at night.
Ooh.
at the front gate, which we used at that time. And I snuck out to go see the final of the jug. And I was just totally amazed at the reaction of the people
the
to
driver, Alex Hawk.
To
is
it.
the 4.
Yeah.
April
I haven't missed
Spirit.
one.
Wow.
Haven't missed one since. I've done something at the fair every year since then.
Oh, gosh. That is, and you hear so many stories like that, is that people have been there, for forever. They just don't want to miss it. I think that was what was so especially hard last year, as people had this consecutive streak going of so many years, and then they had to miss it.
Yes.
So we were happy at OHHA to be able to bring it to people. For those that aren't on a simulcasting, a program like that couldn't see that we could bring it to you, and we're going to be back again this year, and it's looking forward to it.
It amazes me how your network serves all of the country and around the world, people listening that are interested in Ohio racing.
Yeah, isn't that?
Because they all have contacts here.
Yeah. Yeah, when we first started this, we had no idea what to expect. But you're right, the people that from all over the world that tune in and watch these horses, great way to see them if you're not in the area and you can't come. I mean, there's nothing like being live here at the fair, smelling the fair food and getting the dust on you, and just the whole atmosphere here at a fair is great. But if you can't be here, we try to bring it to you as best we can.
and you do a very good job.
We are very pleased to have Trot and Pace Marketing with us. The job that these guys do is amazing, and the quality of the picture that they put out.
Excellent.
Yeah, it is great. So they have invested a lot to do this, and OHHA has invested a lot to get this for you. But it is a great day here at the Fayette County Fair. It's a little warm and the breeze has died down, but it's still very nice.
It is very nice, and I'm glad we're under a roof.
Yes. It would be hot outside under the sun. And this is a cool old grandstand because of that little extra, like I would call it an awning kind of, that it does keep everybody pretty much in the shade. Okay, let's join Roger for the call.
Two-year-old filly trotters are all in behind the Mike Wolfenberg starting gate on the upper turn. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and trotting. April Spirit goes right out for the lead. Miss Pebbles gets away second, taking a seat third into the turn. As they race around the turn, MJ's Tommy Girl racing fourth. That's Go To Gal. Onto the backside they go. Hannah's the one racing fifth. Pepina trails the field. Off stride, Miss Pebbles. Down the backside, going to the first quarter mark. On top of the field, it's April Spirit by a length and a half. Racing right there second is MJ's Tommy Girl as they race by the opening quarter. Racing third, Go To Gal. Opening quarter in 32 seconds. Around the turn, Hannah's the one. Racing fourth, Pepina is fifth. Treading the field, Miss Pebbles. All in straight alignment as they pass the stand to the first time, coming to the halfway point. April Spirit and Alex Hawk show the way by a length and a quarter. Dan Noble, MJ's Tommy Girl second. Out and moving on the outside, Tyler Smith with Go To Gal. Pepina and Sandy Beatty comes to the outside fourth as they race by the halfway point. 103 and 4/5. Trailing the field, Ms. Pebbles. On to the backside and the 5/8 mark. It's April Spirit on top of the field by a nose. Up on the outside with every stride, Go To Gal. Now second, racing third, MJ's Tommy Girl. Racing fourth, down the backside to the three-quarter station, Pepina on the outside. Racing fifth, 3/4 in 1:36. Around the final turn, they're still going at it. Nose to nose, head to head, toe to toe with an eighth of a mile to go in Ohio. April Spirit on the inside. On the outside, Go To Gal. Closing ground, MJ's Tommy Girl. It's all April Spirit over MJ's Tommy Girl.
Well, we had one making a break right there at the finish line, and I believe that was Tyler. Did a good job of getting out of everybody's way. That's probably one of the worst spots to run.
Yes, it
is
is.
right at the finish because everybody's really driving on to get and you're paying attention to your own horse, and that was a very good job controlling that horse and making sure he was out of everybody's way.
Judges' inquiry on number 3, Go To Gal, possible violation of the braking rule. Hold on to all mutual tickets. Judges' inquiry on number 3, Go To Gal.
Yep, there's always an inquiry, usually an inquiry when something like happens.
Yeah, it was still on a break as it crossed the finish line. So
Yeah.
It probably will be a little setback.
Yes. Yep. The breaking rule is that if you're lapped onto a horse, which means that your horse's body or your horse's head or any part of the body is in line with the other horse's body, that's what they call lapped on, and then you will be set back in back of that horse. And also, if you don't lose ground at that particular point,
there was no way to lose ground.
Right. But in other parts of the mile, if you don't lose ground when you're making a break, when you're galloping, the judges can set you down for that too. And this always brings me back to the hardest doggone job, I think, in racing is the presiding judge at the fair. That and the charter. They're hand in hand.
Circle the winner of the 6th race, 2nd division. Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old filly trot. Number 4, April Spirit. Richard Owings of MacArthur, Ohio, the owner. Earl Owings with his 2nd training win this season at the fairs. Alex Hawk gets win number 7 at the county fairs in Ohio in 2021. 2-year-old filly by What the Hill out of April Hall. Home a winner in 2:06, 1/5, a lifetime mark. April Spirit, Earl Owings, and driver Alex Hawk. This race sponsored by Bennett Brothers Salvage.
Well, it's going to be a judge's inquiry, so it'll be a little break before we get the rundown. But as I was saying before, we had the winner's circle presentation. Presiding judges, clerks, charters at county fair. It's hard. You've got obstructions. You can't clearly see the track in a lot of places at a lot of these fairgrounds.
And nearly all of them, you don't have a replay.
Your attention,
to go back and
please.
look at.
Exactly.
Number 3, Go To Gal, has been disqualified. Finished 3rd, was placed 4th for a lap-on break at the wire. Moved up to the 3rd spot. Number 5, Hannah's the 1. So your unofficial order of finish, 4, 2, 5. Results are official. 6th race. Number 1, Miss Pebbles, 6. Number 2, MJ's Tommy Girl, 2. Number 3, Go To Gal, finished 3rd, placed 4th for a lapped-on break at the wire. Number 4, April Spirit, the winner. Number 5, Hannah's the 1, 4, placed 3. Number 6, Papina, 5. Top down, 6-2, placed 4, 1, placed 3. 5 on the bottom, the quarter 32, the half 103 and 4, 3/4 136, the mile 206 1/5. Upcoming 7th race, 2-year-old filly pace, 2nd division. Scratch the 1, Vol Cove. Scratch number 1, Vol Cove. 2, 3, 4, and 5 will slide in one spot when they go to the gate. In the barn area, bring them on from race 7. 4 of them.
As Terry was mentioning, when we have an inquiry or we have a situation where the judges, they have to remember what they saw.
That's right.
Because most places we don't have replays. Occasionally they will come down and view our replay, depending if they need to, but it's a tough job. And that's why there's a presiding judge and usually a couple of associate judges to help them out, because you can't see everything.
No, and you need a lot of eyes to watch it all.
Yes. Yeah, especially if they're spread out.
Yes.
Because you're concentrating on the first group of them, and then somebody else has to kind of concentrate on those that are a little bit further back. We will be back for the 7th after these messages.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding facility that specializes in stallion management. Cool Winds Farm stands the popular Dancing Yankee, whose first crop hit the ground this year and are great-looking individuals. Cool Winds is also standing Rockin' Amadeus, sire of world champion Ocean Rock. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on September 17th.
Be sure to catch the new podcast, The Top of the Stretch, presented by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. The podcast keeps fans of racing in the Buckeye State up to date on various topics concerning the sport of harness racing. The news and views of top officials, owners, trainers, drivers, and breeders in Ohio. That's the all-new podcast, Top of the Stretch, on the Facebook page of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Be there!
Okay, we're back at the Fayette County Fair. We were just having that little spot about the podcast, and that's one of the outreach programs that OHHA is doing. Kind of fun to listen to those podcasts. You learn about people that maybe you don't know personally, and Roger does a great job interviewing people from all aspects of this sport. So between that and the Freshman Focus and the Matinee Madness and these shows and everything else that we're doing, we're trying to educate people, trying to reach beyond the people that are already in this industry. And that's what we have to do, right?
And it's working.
Yeah. Yes, I think so. I think so. And you, as a former director of marketing, know how important that is to get it beyond our confines. So we're coming up on the 7th race, the second of 3 divisions of the 2-year-old filly pace. The purse for this race is $4,292. Total for the whole division is $12,876. And that money is comprised of money from the horsemen in the way of nomination payments, which they had to make in March, and then the starting fees. And there is some money that comes from the Ohio Fair funds. And then the bulk of the money comes from the VLT money that the OHHA gets. So the 1 horse in this race is Scratch. So the 2 horse is Seize the Moment with Ronnie Gillespie for trainer Dan O'Mara. They have already been a winning combination earlier this program. And throughout all these fair programs, there's been quite a few Ronnie G and Dan O'Mara combinations that have won. The 3 horse, Princess of the Night, Scott Sisko driving for trainer Jeff Neisanger. Dragon's Best, Trevor Smith driving for Brett Schwartz. And Box O'Clocks, David Young in the bike for trainer Tom Blankenship. Only one of these horses was sold at public auction, and that was Dragon's Best, sold for $12,000 at the Ohio Select Sale, bred by Midland Acres right here in Fayette County. In fact, later on in the program is the Fayette County Classic, which is a race for horses that are sired by stallions that stand in Fayette County. And that's kind of interesting. The foals.
That is.
The only foals that were eligible were foals by Artificial, Big Bad John, Fear the Dragon, Pet Rock, and Yankee Cruiser. And this is the 34th edition of the Fayette County Classic. So I was surprised at that this has been going on for so long. And a great purse of $9,000. There is a starting fee of $200. But it's still, that's a great purse to go for, $9,000.
That is.
And it is sponsored by Midland Acres. I'm going to try and catch this guy, so I will be right back.
Go ahead.
together. Keep them together.
Okay, we are joined by Nick Fulkerson. Did I say that right?
You did.
All right. Nick is part owner of the 4-horse in this race, Dragon's Best. And you're a relatively new owner?
Yes, this is my first year.
First year. And how did you, what interested you in getting in this game?
Well, for a long time, I would be going to Cider Downs, betting. That's all I knew about it. But Bob Swartz, is a patient of mine. I'm an audiologist. And I went to his house, and I seen all these horse pictures on the wall. So I asked him about it, and he said he owned a few horses. And I thought that'd be so neat to get involved. He said, why don't you? And that's how it all started.
Oh, that is great.
It is.
And you have some partners on this horse. And are you pleased with him so far? It looks like he's been...
Dragon's Best, this is only her second start. Mm-hmm. She was tied up for a month, high protein levels, so she hasn't been training very hard at all. So we're really getting started with her. But
it's a long summer.
I got a lot of hopes for her.
Yeah, that's good. That's see, she was a $12,000 purchase. And I Fear the Dragon, and those were so hot this year.
Yeah.
They were hard to get. Okay, let's break for the post parade, and then we'll be right back with Nick.
Okay.
$2, sponsored by JK Precast. Number 1 is Scratched. Number 2, Seize the Moment with Ron Gillespie. Number 2, Princess of the Night with Scott Cisco. Number 4 is Dragon's Best, the driver, Trevor Smith. And number 5, Box O'Clocks, David Young II in the sulky. Horse will take 1 score, go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4. Don't be shut out. Wager now.
Hey, we are back here at the Fayette County Fair, and we're talking to Nick Fulkerson, who is part owner of Dragon's Best, and this is Nick's first year.
It is.
Being a racehorse owner, was a gambler.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. I was a gambler.
Okay. And how much, is it a lot more fun doing it now?
Oh, it's not even close. No, this is way better than just being a gambler, although being a gambler is fun. But to, have some ownership in the horses, and you're running for bigger purses. It's nice. That's my way of gambling now.
That's right. It is a big gamble to own horses.
It's a big gamble. That's what it is.
That is good. You've got a horse in the 14th. Meet Me at Marv's in the 2-year-old colt pace. Tell us a little bit about that horse.
Meet Me at Marv's. It's been getting better and better. Early in the year, in March, we thought that was one of our best horses. But we had to geld Meet Me at Marv's, and ever since it's been a struggle getting back to where we were. But the last 2 races have been getting better, so I think we're headed in the right direction.
Good. Yeah, sometimes it takes them a while to get over that.
Yeah, that's what they tell me. Sometimes it don't affect them. Yeah. I have another horse, Mad Eye Moody, that we had to do that too, and it was the opposite. It made Moody a much better horse. But with Meet Me at Marv's, it's been a struggle. But they say sometimes it can take a year.
Yeah, yep. That's. I think it's thought of as a real simple and easy operation, But like you said, some of them, and it does turn some of them around so they finally got their mind on what they're supposed to be thinking about.
Yeah, that's how I said, do horses get depressed? Because the horse seemed depressed. Well, kind of.
Yeah, I think they do. I think that they're just like humans. They all have their different personalities and stuff. Well, this is great that you're in. How many horses are you in on altogether?
Altogether 5.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
You jumped in big.
Yep. A lot of fun.
Yeah. And I think that's the big thing, you just want to have a good time.
and it has been for me. Some ups and downs, just what you would expect. But it's brought my family together. We love going, following the horses and watching the races, and it's been great. It really has.
And you have so many opportunities here in Ohio
Exactly.
to go places.
I guess, yes. They tell me, and I understand it now, that if you're going to get started, this is a good state to get started in. A lot of opportunities, and it's a good harness racing area. As we all know, some states it's struggling.
Yes.
But this isn't one of them. It's great.
Right. Well, I'm so glad that you're in the business, that you took that, went to see those pictures, and it just spurred you on. That's
I'm
great.
glad I did.
Good. Well, good luck in the 7th and again in the 14th. We'll be keeping our eye on.
The 15th is where I've got my hopes up.
Oh, 15th. I didn't even see that one. That's Mad Eye Moody.
Mad Eye Moody and Fluff, yeah. So we got 2 of them in there.
Oh, my gosh.
And those are, yes, pretty good horses. So I'm really hoping today, when this is over, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Yes.
I hope you are too. Okay, they're going to the gate. Thanks a lot, Nick, and good luck.
Thank you.
Pacers are all in behind the gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're often pacing. Dragon's Best goes for the lead. Racing second, Princess of the Night, as they race into the turn. Sees the moment as third. Treading the field as they race around the turn. That's Box O'Clocks onto the backside and the first 8 on top of the field by 3 lengths. That's Dragon's Best and Trevor Smith showing the way. Racing second, Princess of the Night. Racing third, Seize the Moment. Trailing the field, Box O'Clocks as they race by the opening quarter. On the move on the outside, Ronnie Gillespie and Seize the Moment. Off a quarter in 31 seconds. Around the turn they go. On top of the field, showing the way, Dragon's Best with the lead. Princess of the Night second. Seize the Moment on the outside third. Box O'Clocks trails the field at the halfway point. Coming to the halfway station, Dragon's Best and Trevor Smith show the way. Princess of the Night right there second. Seize the Moment third on the outside. Off a half and 102 2/5. On to the backside they go. Box O'Clocks trails the field. David Young can see them all. Comes to the outside fourth. Down the backside they go. Dragon's Best by a length and a quarter. Out moving Princess of the Night and Scott Cisco. Now second and going right on to the top. Racing third, Seize the Moment. Box O'Clocks is fourth at the 3/4 mark. It's Princess of the Night opening up with every stride, now by 3.5. 3/4, 134 3/5. Less than an eighth of a mile to go. Princess of the Night brings him into the stretch. Racing second, Dragon's Best. Seize the Moment to the wire. It's all Princess of the Night. Dragon's Best. Seize the Moment. Box O'Clocks. 2:05 1/5.
Princess of the Night winning the 2-year-old filly pace, second of third divisions of the Ohio Colt Racing Association. We were just talking to Nick Fulkerson, who had Dragon's Best, who finished second, and they were very excited. We could see them.
I watched that group as they were standing up and really excited. That's what it's about.
That's right. Yep. And they were clapping as she came across the wire second. She raced good, and
She did.
She had been having some little medical issues.
I was going to say, you look at her pass. I mean, she's on her way back. I'd say.
Yep. That was a good mile. Good mile for everybody. So Princess of the Night is a Rockin' Amadeus out of a presidential ball mare, Best of Ball, trained by Jeff Neisanger, owned by Down the Lane Farms in Franklin, Ohio, and bred by Down the Lane Stables. Scott Cisco up. And here comes Princess of the Night to the winner's circle.
Into the winner's circle, the winner, second division, 2-year-old filly pace, Ohio Colt Racing Association event. Number 3, Princess of the Night. Owned by the Down the Lane Stables of Franklin, Ohio. Jeff Nysongar gets his 8th win at the fairs this season. Scott Cisco, winning drive number 5. 2-year-old filly by Rockin' Amadeus out of Best of Ball. Home a winner in 2:05, 1/5. A lifetime mark. Final half, 1:02 and 4. The final quarter, 30 and 3/5. Princes of the Night and Scott Cisco. Blanket presented by JK Precast. Results are official, 7th race. Number 1 is scratched. Number 2, Seize the Moment, 3. Number 3, Princess of the Night, the winner. Number 4, Dragon's Best, 2. Number 5, Box O'Clocks, 4. Top down, scratch 3, 1, 2, 5 on the bottom. The mile, 2:05, 1/5. In the upcoming 8th race, no changes. No changes in the 8th. Don't be shut out. Bring them out for the 8th race. 6 of them. Bring them on. Race 8.
And if you notice, Phil, that Scott Cisco gave a little wave to the camera. And it just reminded me of my grandson, who is 5, watches a lot of racing on TV. He watches RTN at night. And he happens to have a favorite driver who races in Indiana, but that driver has a habit of waving to the camera when he's in the winner's circle. Well, my grandson thinks that he's waving specifically at him every time. He did wave to me. He did. If we could get our drivers to wave to our camera, we'd have all these little kids thinking they were doing it just for them. Yeah. That would be great. So we're coming up on the 8th race, the 3rd of 5 divisions of the 2-year-old Colt Pacers, Ohio Colt Racing Association. We will be back after these messages.
The Fayette County Fair in Washington Courthouse is almost as old as the county itself. Believed to have started in 1821, fairgoers arrived on horseback or in wagons. The cost was only 25 cents per person or $1 for the entire family. Women visited while men showed off their strength and skill in competitions. Livestock, flowers, and farm products were exhibited, and horses raced on a straightaway track. Good horses are tradition for Fayette County. The county is home to monumental sires, Wallace McKinley and Bobby Burns. Each horse produced hundreds of foals, laying a foundation for what we know as the Ohio Standardbred. Bobby Burns specifically fathered more high-priced colts during his time than any other stud in the state. Upon his death in 1913, he was buried at the highest point in the infield with great honors. Beyond trotters and pacers, Fayette County was home to immortal Hall of Fame horsemen Stephen C. and Stephen G. Phillips. There is no doubt that Fayette County made its mark on harness racing. Today, the fair is a member of the Ohio Colt Racing Association and hosts 2 days of live-action racing.
Hi, I'm Dean Gillespie, and I want to tell you about the Ohio Colt Racing Association. There's 19 member fairs, and they sponsor the partial futurity in Greenville, Ohio. You need to race in the OCRA. Great racetracks, great people. Bring the kids and come out to the fair, and remember, fair time is fun time.
County Fair, and Roger has come down from the announcing booth and is back on our broadcast.
Pleasure to be back. But it's always a pleasure to get a chance to call one.
I have come to appreciate the love of announcing that Roger has, because he really does love that job.
Doug already said when I come to Sydney that he wants me to announce a couple races up at Sydney as well. So looking forward to that.
It seems like all you announcers kind of help each other out and have a good camaraderie
Now,
between you.
do you know the story between Doug and I?
No.
Doug Ballinger was announcing one day at Scioto Downs the qualifiers. I think he was 15 or 16 years old.
Oh.
And I was at that time helping out Mark Ferguson training and driving horses, so I heard him announce these qualifiers. Found out who he was, and I had an engagement at the Warren County Fair in Lebanon and an engagement at Ottawa, Ohio, not Oak Harbor, Ottawa, Ohio, to call the races that night, and I was afraid I couldn't make the trip in time from Lebanon to Ottawa. So I got Doug to go to Ottawa and do the first couple races, just as an insurance policy. I got there in time for the first race, but he called the first two races, and he loves to tell the story that I gave him all $5 to announce those two races. He said, but the trouble is, the price of gasoline was like 27 cents at that time or something like that.
$5 was a good amount then.
So anyway, when the opportunity became for me to stay at Pompano in the winter months, or the summer months, I should say, for quarter horse racing, I needed somebody to do the 17 county fairs I had in Ohio. So Doug took those fairs over 52 years ago.
Wow.
So he's been announcing 52, 53 years, and I give him his opportunity, and he just took the ball and ran like a fullback should.
That is great. You have mentored a lot of young kids. Even now, you're doing it.
Yeah. Right now, I got the little Dylan Doherty. I think he's 12 or 13. 13, I think he's turned. And then there's a girl down in Woodstock, Virginia, that's 13 or 14. But I found out with her, she's a young lady, and she doesn't think it's just quite proper for a young lady to announce horse races.
Really?
Yeah. She would rather show pigs.
Oh.
Now, that's a true story. I was trying to get her to call a race 2 years ago, and she said, I got to show my pig in the arena. And then she kept making up excuses, and I think she just feels that she's in that bashful stage, but she can announce a horse race.
Really?
Believe me.
Well, it has been traditionally kind of a guy's thing.
Yeah. Well,
a field of 6. These are the horses.
Here's the Pros Parade, and I'll tell you the story about harness racing's female announcer.
Number 2, chilling the most, Austin Hanners. Number 3, Price Knob Hills with Mark Winters Jr. 4, Albin Alex Hawk. 5, One Rock and West, Scott Cisco. And rounding out the field, the 6, Truth Finder, Scott Ferguson in the sulky. Win, place, show, exact, Quinella trifecta. They'll take one score. They're going to the gate in 3 minutes. Wager now. Don't be shut out.
This is the third division, 2-year-old Colt Pace, no changes, field of 6 to go postward. When I was driving in the Billings Amateur Trot, I missed a lot of nights at the Meadows because I was racing all over the United States. And a young lady working in the publicity office by the name of Sandy Penvos, we had a Powder Puff Derby. And she said, I'd like to call the Powder Puff race. So she did. And she did a tremendous job without any help from me. No help whatsoever. She did it on her own. She became my assistant announcer at the Meadows for like 7 or 8 years. At the same time, raising a family. She was so good that Stan Bergstein of HTA and the United States Trotting Association offered her a job through Freehold Raceway to be the announcer at Freehold on a full-time basis. She turned the job down because she didn't want to leave her family back in Pennsylvania.
Wow.
And she married Corwin Green, who was the track superintendent, and Sandy passed away of cancer a number of years ago, but Corwin and the girls are still around Canonsburg, Pennsylvania, and Corwin's brother was heavily involved in harness racing as well, so she married into a harness racing family, and believe me, she could call a horse race just with any guy in the world.
So she was kind of a natural if she didn't really
she
have
was
much.
Natural.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I helped her, and I didn't. No, I did not stand in her way.
Yeah.
I think that's the proper way to say it.
Yeah. Well, I think it's all of our responsibility to help the young, the young kids.
In one way or another. Now, I didn't get everybody started or anything like that, but in one way or another, I have helped around 35 or 36 people get involved in racing, substitute, do something.
Yeah.
And when it all comes down to the end, that's what you're most proud of.
Yes, exactly. Paying it forward.
Yep.
So I've seen Shelley Johnson around here taking photos.
Shelley was up here on the turn, and she's still up there in the
still
turn.
There?
Yeah.
Yeah, she takes a lot of amazing photos. SF Johnson Photo is her website. You can go there, and she doesn't take the winner circle pictures. She told me that she had an agreement. She comes on the track. She's at Scioto, and she's at all the fairs around here. She can come on the track. She just doesn't take winner circle pictures, but she takes some amazing, and she kind of manipulates them sometimes so that it's just your horse there, or kind of a little more artistic.
Yeah.
They're really some great photos. So go to her, and you can buy photos from her right off her site.
She was at Hilliard the other day, and the lady that works the photo finishing was Gretchen Quick, and her daughter Whitney was there, about 4 or 5 years old, and Shelley got some beautiful pictures. Whitney didn't know she was being photographed, and those are the best pictures.
Third division,
in the world. Send them down to Gretchen down. Lives in Morgantown, West Virginia. So she is quite a photographer. Here they come. This is a third division, 2-year-old colt pacers, 6 of them. Going to the post.
The rough and pacing Arbin steps right out to the front. Price Knob Hills from the inside. Racing third, One Rockin' West. Truth Finder racing fourth. Racing fifth, chilling the most and trailing the field. And we gone at the opening eighth. Down the backside to the opening quarter. Mark Winters Jr. and Price Knob Hills show the way right there. Second, Arbin racing third. Down the backside as they near the opening quarter is One Rockin' West, followed by Truth Finder in fourth. Then it's a length back to Chillin' the Most, 2 back to And We Gone. He's 8 lengths off the lead as they race by the quarter in 32 1/5. Price Knob Hills leads the way by a length. Racing second and setting the pocket is Arbin. They're all in straight alignment as they pass the stand for the first time and move on over to the halfway point. First to move from fifth, Chillin' the Most and Austin Hanners. Now fifth, now fourth, now third on the outside. Coming on over to the half. Price Knob Hills, Chillin' the Most to the outside. Draws up alongside the leader. Arbin to the inside. Outside, Truth Finder. Halfway home, 105, 1/5. The end of the turn. One Rockin' West, second to last, sixth to last is And We Gone. Up the backside they go. Price Knob Hills with the lead. Chillin' the Most, only a neck off the leader. Racing third on the outside. Truth Finder to his inside. Arbin is fourth. Fifth into the turn. One Rockin' West. And We Gone trails the field. They're into the far turn and between calls. Price Knob Hills is all alone on the front end. 3/4, 136 and 1. Arbin is second. Racing third. One Rockin' West. Fourth is chilling the most. Off the turn with an eighth of a mile to pace. It's Price Knob Hills inside the final 16th. Price Knob Hills, Mark Winters Jr. Arbin will hang on for second. One Rockin' West third. And We Gone up for fourth. Mile 206, 1/5.
Last half in 101. Final quarter, 30 seconds flat. It goes to Price Knob Hills. Mark Winters Jr., the trainer and the driver. The 2-year-old gelding, a Knob Hill High out of Cincy.
Bring them on. Ninth race. Come right
Second
on.
lifetime start.
For the front SS.
And of course,
Pepineo,
a lifetime
RSA,
mark.
Pepe's Chip,
for
Horsefly,
Price
Tiger King,
Knob
Poets and
Hills.
Pirates.
Made a break in its last start, so it's quite improved over that.
Mark Winters
Unofficially
Jr.
3, 4, and a 5. 3, 4,
It's
5
his
is
initial
unofficial.
win of the season at the fairs. And he is also listed as the trainer as well. And he is the son of Mark Winters.
That will up his driving, his UDRS, won't it?
We've passed the halfway point of today's broadcast. This being the third division, the 2-year-old cold pace. Of course, we got 5 divisions. This one in 2, 6, and 1. So far, the fastest, the very first race, 2 minutes and 4/5 by Lil Plugs.
Number 3, Price Knob Hills, the 2-year-old big gold son of Knob Hill High out of the Look Sharp mare, Cincy Chai Lizzie. Priceless Sierra Incorporated, Cincinnati owns. Mark Winters Jr. trains and drives the winner. The mile 206, 1/5. Final half, 101, final quarter, 30 seconds. This, the Clyde Tuffy Martindale blanket, goes to the winner, the 3, Price Knob Hills, and Mark Winters Jr. as they take the third division of the 2-year-old Colt Pace Ohio Colt Racing Association.
Rick Martindale in the winner's circle, one of our directors of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, for the presentation of the Clyde Tuffy Martindale Memorial.
Results are official. Number 1, and We Gone 4. Number 2, Chillin' the most 5. 3, Price Knob Hills, the winner. 4, Arbin 2. Number 5, One Rockin' West 3, and 6, Truth Finder finished 6th. The mile 206, 1/5. 32 and 1, 105 and 1, 136 and 1. 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 6 on the bottom. 9th race coming up in 10 minutes. Sponsor should be Fayette Veterinary Hospital. Number 3, RSA Pepe's Chip, Alex Hawk, the 3. Conley Newberry to drive the 4, Horsefly. Conley Newberry, the 4, Horsefly. Windows are open for wagering on the 9th race.
So in the 9th race coming up, a 3-year-old Colt Trot, second division, $5,130, sponsored by the Fayette County Fair. Field of 6 to go Postwood. Alex Hawk, the driver of RSA Pepe's Chip. We'll be back with that 9th race in just a few moments.
Doctor, give me the news. Is it bad credit?
It's bad credit, and you need a car.
Can I be cured?
Yes, but your case needs immediate attention. Visit lowcostcarsoh.com or lowcostcarsnorth.com today. Bad credit, no credit, don't worry. Start driving today.
I've been cured! I can get a car! Woo!
Even if you're sick with bad credit, get a great car today at either Low Cost Cars locations in Circleville and Columbus.
Your animals provide unconditional love. When they hurt, you want the best care available to help them enjoy life again. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center is here for you and for them. From heart disease to cancer, diabetes to broken bones, and 24-hour emergency services, Ohio State's team of experts make a difference in the lives of animals and the family members who love them. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
Every time I hear that commercial, I just can't help but go. 9th race coming up. Ohio Colt Racing Association 3-year-old Colt Trotters, 2nd Division, sponsored with the Fayette County Fair. This for $5,130. The other division of the 3-year-old Colt Trot. Let's see how it fared. Was won by Leaping Legend in 2, 4, and 3 with Jason Brewer. This division, field of 6 to go postward, all on the gate. The 1, we go for the front. Dan Noble for Tim McCoy, winner last time out at Lebanon in 2:03 and 2 for Dan Noble. The 2 is SS Pepino. Sandy Beatty trains and drives. Shows a win 2 back in a qualifier at Scioto in 59 and 1. But when the horse races for money, and this is one of those horses that stays flat in the qualifiers and does well, but as soon as he gets in competition going for money, jumps it off.
Yeah.
And it's surprising how many times that happens with various horses. They just, something in their temperament. The 3 is RSA Pepe's Chip, no better than 4th. That was at Lancaster last year. This year shows 1 start, made a break, well actually made a couple breaks and finished 6th distant at Wellston. Alex Hawk will drive. The 4 we needed a driver for.
Connolly Newberry.
Connolly Newberry. Tell the folks the story on Connolly Newberry.
Well, he's a young man that was our youth award winner a few years back. I believe he also was a recipient of the OHHA scholarship. So, nice young man that's been working for Mike Paul Hamus and getting a chance to drive a few.
Mike, of course, director of the Ohio Harness Horseman Association as well. This one, 3 starts this year, finished 8th, and 5th. This will be the first time that Connolly Newberry has driven Horsefly. Maybe that's what the horse needs, young hands. The 5 is Tiger King. Jason Brewer trains and drives. Shows 2 wins this season. June the 20th at Circleville in 2, 6, and 1, one of them. And the 6 is Poets and Pirates. Pasco Vinza, the owner and the trainer. Christopher Hope, the driver. 12 starts, 4 seconds and 2/3. In the last 6, 3 seconds and 2/3. Always right there, but unable to get to the winner's circle this year. Last year was 6 of 12, 2, 4, and 3 at Urbana, still looking for the first win this season.
Go for the front.
Poets
Dan Noble.
and Pirates, they're post-parading.
Number 2, SS Pepinillo with Sandy Beatty. And number 3, RSA Pepe's Chip, Alex Hawk. Conley Newberry drives the 4, Horsefly. Number 5, Tiger King with Jason Brewer. Number 6, Poets and Pirates, Chris Hope in the sulky. Win, play, show, exact Quinella trifecta, superfecta. They'll take one score. They'll be at the gate in 3 minutes.
But Tiger King, as you mentioned, had 2 wins this year. One was at Circleville, and the other was at Scioto, who won in 59-2 in the Kevin Greenfield Series for non-winners of 1 Parimutuel Lifetime Ohio sired.
And at Scioto this year, they honored all the past presidents of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association. Some of them deceased, some of them still living.
They had those mini-series where they had 2 legs of it and then a final, and those proved to be very popular. Kind of filled in the gaps when there wasn't a stake race someplace. So,
and it gives young horses a chance to race against other young horses and not necessarily have to live with the conditions. They have initial conditions on the series, of course. Some of them were non-winners of 1, others were non-winners of 2. So much money a lifetime and things like that, depending on how the race secretary writes the various conditions. Still a beautiful day here at Washington Courthouse. I don't think it quite got as warm as I said when I said the 90s.
No, I don't.
If it's set that high, it's because of the breeze that we don't notice it.
Yes. It is a nice breeze. On my phone says it's 84 here.
Yeah, I'll check my phone, but it'll only be for Grove City. 82 in Grove City, so it's pretty well accepted right around those low 40s. Wonder what do we got for tomorrow?
Oh, for weather.
10-day forecast says 60% chance of storms tomorrow. But that means 40% chance of good skies.
Maybe it'll just be enough to water the track.
Field of 6. 3-year-old colt trotters.
We had a interesting, while you were up in the announcer's booth, we had an interesting talk with Nick Fulkerson, who has 4 horses in today. I think you interviewed him someplace. Nice.
I got him right after a One-Eyed Moody won the other day at, I think it was Wilmington.
Oh, okay. Yep, One-Eyed Moody's in the 15th race, along with Fluff Yeah, which he also owns part of. And he's got one in the 14th, and then his filly just finished second in the 7th or 8th. So, first-time owner, first-time owning horses this year, and he's owns parts of 5 of them. He jumped right in, went from a fan and a bettor at Scioto to owning parts of 5 horses.
In our last interview with Nick, I asked him, what kind of a thrill was it? He says, my daughter played high school and college softball. She was good. She won a lot of games, a lot of thrills for the family. But all those thrills didn't add up to that one win.
Oh.
Now, his daughter, I hope, was not listening.
Yeah.
But that's what he said. He said that one thrill of his horse winning was the greatest thrill of his life, racing-wise and stuff.
And he said today, that it's become such a family affair. And I think they've got quite a crowd right here.
Yeah.
And they all come and they watch and they cheer. And they were all up on their feet. There was no way that their filly was going to win. You could tell that halfway down the stretch, but they were up on their feet cheering away for her. So.
I'm not sure that that's his daughter with the cowboy hat, but I know his wife is to his left. And they've been everywhere with the horse race. You guys first met them at the Washington Courthouse matinee.
Matinee, yeah.
I think Frank interviewed him that day. Horses have turned and heading to the starting gate. Three-year-old colt trotters. Some of them have had trouble with the gate. Horsefly shows a break 3 back in the Buckeye Stallion series after the word go was given. Tiger King shows a couple breaks before the start. Others show pretty steady lines leaving the gate.
Look at Poets and Pirates. Looks like he likes to leave because he's usually 4 races or 3 races. He was on top right away.
Even at Scioto out of post 7, he was on top of the quarter. And look at that start at Scioto on July the 7th. Had post position 10. Was second on the outside at the quarter and had taken the lead before they hit the half. So a good job in behind the gate as a trailer on that occasion. Horses are all in behind the gate.
Two runners are running behind the gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're up then trotting. We go for the front. Just that as Dan Noble sends him right to the front. Coming out in second is Horsefly. Into the turn, Poets and Pirates is well placed third. Racing fourth as they move around the turn. SS Pepinillo down the backside going to the opening quarter. RSA. Pepe's Chip is second to last, and trailing the field up the backside is Tiger King. Front to back, they're separated by a dozen lengths, and we go for the front, and Dan Noble lead the way but 2. Horsefly sits the pocket second. Poets and Pirates is third by the quarter, 32 seconds. Into the turn fourth, SS Pepinillo. RSA, Pepe's Chip is fifth, and moving to the outside from sixth is Tiger King. They pass the stand for the first time and race on over to the halfway point. We go for the front with the lead. Racing second, Horsefly trotting third, Poets and Pirates. Fourth on the outside is Tiger King. RSA's Pepe Chip and SS Pepinillo trails the field. They race past the half. At the half, 103, 4/5 to the 5/8 they trot. We go for the front, trying to take them all the way. Horsefly is second. Here comes Poets and Pirates, now third and moving up on the leader. Tiger King is fourth. RSA Pepe's Chip is fifth. SS Pepinillo way back trails the field sixth. They near 3/4. We go for the front, but Poets and Pirates is after the leader, and so too is Tiger King. He closes with every stride. 3/4, 135 and 1. They circle the far turn, and they're closing in on We Go for the front. Poets and Pirates on the outside. Tiger King, they're off the turn. They're on their way home. We go for the front, opens up, Poets and Pirates. Dan Noble, and we go for the front. Dan Noble's second winner of the day. Poets and Pirates second. Horsefly will finish third. SS Pepinillo may have got up for fourth.
Well, We Go for the front did just
Mile
that.
203, 4/5.
And never looked back. 2:03 4/5. Final half a minute. The final quarter, 28-3. We go for the front. Second win in 20. Second win in 20. And back-to-back wins for Dan Noble.
Raced the same way as did at Lebanon. Went right to the top, and
And
that
you
was
know,
it.
the steady hands of Connolly Newberry. Honest, a horsefly was honest today.
Yes.
Finished third. No breaks. So sometimes maybe a little home cooking. He trains the horse maybe during the week or something. Did the trick. Dan Noble getting the win. That is his second win of the day. Number 10 on the year.
Number 1, we go for the front. 3-0 Bronco to the sun. Up and away we go out of the Cantab home air. Up front, bye-bye. Virginia McCoy, Springfield, Ohio. Tim McCoy trains. Dan Noble gets his second winner of the day. This race sponsored by Fayette Veterinary Hospital. Results are official. Number 1, we go for the front. The winner, 2 SS Pepino 4. 3 RSA Pepe's Chip 5. Number 4 Horsefly 3. 5 Tiger King finished 6. And number 6 Poets and Pirates 2. The mile 2:03 4/5. Quarter in 32. Half 1:03 and 4. 3/4 1:35 and 1. Top down 1:45 3/6. 2 on the bottom. 10th race in 10 minutes. Number 2. We'll go as program. The 3 4 Dress Western. Trevor Smith the 4. 10th race sponsored by Buckley Brothers. Graham's Teddy Bear. Skyly Rock Section Line Dragon. Dress Western. Mother of Dragons. Bring them right on for that 10th if we can. Bring them right on for the 10th.
No changes in that 10th race. 2-year-old filly pace, the 3rd division coming up with a field of 5. We'll be back with more from the Fayette County Fair in Washington Courthouse after these messages.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Back here, Washington Courthouse. 10th race coming up. 2-year-old filly pacers, Ohio Colt Racing Association, 3rd division, $4,292. Field of 5 to go postward. Graham's Teddy Bear. Brett Swartz trains. Austin Hanner's the driver. Was 4th in the last start at Hilliard's in 2:07 and 3. Skilly Rock, Dan Noble for Brian George. Scioto in a qualifier, 1:58 and 2 with Mitchell Cushing. Noble was 4th at Lebanon with Skilly Rock. Section line Dragon, Steve Botter, Tyler Smith. fourth in 59-4 at qualifier at Hoosier. 56-3 at Hoosier. Finished fifth. Dress Western, second at Circleville in 2-9-2. And Mother of Dragons out of the Nysonger stable, winner 2 back and 4 back. Wilmington 2-3-1. And Marion in 2-9-4. And I just got a text message from Jay Wolf, and I have to share my happiness. Our globetrotting mare that we own fractional portion of, 3%, is just won at Pocono in 1:52 3/5.
Wow.
Globetrotting, a winner. Yee-hoo! Oh, fractional ownership is great.
Well, we just had that little sponsorship from the stable.ca, and
That's
it is.
It's the Ohio group. We got 9 horses with stable CA and 3 older horses, one of which is globetrotting, and that makes 2 in a row. She'd won last week in 55 and something. Today, 52-3. Wow. Man, that makes you feel good.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, that temperature of 84 degrees, that's no problem at all.
That's the joy of fractional. Like you said, it doesn't matter if you own 1% or 10% or 50%.
Oh, Jay just sent a correction.
Oh.
It wasn't 52-3.
Okay.
52-4.
Oh.
I'll take it.
Yeah. That's a win is a win.
Thanks, Jay.
That's great. And that is a great way for people to get started in this business.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. What's their love it a lot? I can't remember their tagline, but you get in a little bit so you don't get hurt. You just
it takes a little to love a lot.
Yeah.
Anthony posted on Facebook today, a couple drove 10 hours from someplace, I believe, in South Carolina to Scioto Downs last night just to watch their horse race. The horse finished second, got beat. People said it was the greatest trip they've ever made. Well worth it.
Yeah.
And that was on Anthony McDonald's Facebook page today. Another story about fractional ownership.
3 Section 9 Dragon, Tyler Smith.
Fractional ownership sure had
Number 4, Dress
post-race.
Western with Trevor Smith. And rounding out the field, the 5, Mother of Dragons, Jeff Nysonger in the sulky.
Trevor Smith.
Win Place Show, Quinell Exacta, and Trifecta Wagering. Post time in 3 minutes. 3 minutes to post.
Trevor Smith driving the 4, Dress Western. No other changes here in the 10th. 2-year-old filly Pacers, field of 5. Any interesting horse? It looks like he got the 5 marked for something there.
I do, just because she had won a couple. One at Wilmington in 2-3-1, and at Marion in 2-9-4, which I think you already mentioned. She was a $18,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale last year. Dress Western was an $8,000 purchase at the Blooded Horse Sale. There will be a Blooded Horse Sale in August, and then again in November. The Ohio Select Sale, I believe, is September 17th. Keep an eye on.
It's the Friday, I believe it's the Friday before Jug Week.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah. Racing starts on Sunday the 19th, so yeah, Friday the 17th.
Yeah, places
Now,
that you can
where's
go.
it? Is it going to be held at Circleville this year, or
Yes,
where?
yes.
Everybody says it was a great facility for the sale last year.
Yeah, I wasn't able to go there, didn't go there either, but they said it was really nice. Pickaway County has done a vast amount of improvements on their fairgrounds.
This is probably horrible for me to say, being involved in harness racing all my life and everything, but I hate sales.
Oh, dear.
I get no thrill whatsoever going to a sale or anything like that. I really don't.
Yeah.
I've read pedigrees at sales, and that was kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Did it for Max Hemp for a number of years at Farm Show Arena for hemp farms. But I don't know.
I kind of like to go to, I always enjoy going to Harrisburg.
Mm-hmm.
And when they have the fabulous fillies or, some of those that are just such exceptional horses, and you feel the electricity in the air when the bidding is just going boom,
I'll take
boom,
that
boom.
back. I did enjoy going to one sale in Lexington. There was a sale down there. Tanya Tucker was there.
Oh. I used to love the art sales. Art sales that they had at Lexington. Those were so great. It's kind of too bad that we don't have some kind of a
That was the
function
that was the brainchild of Stan Bergstein.
Yep.
Most time in 2 minutes, just 2 minutes to post.
It was really the only place where you could get some quality harness racing art. It was just, there were some fantastic things there.
Mm-hmm. I'm a sucker for that.
Yeah.
I really am, because
Starters called them in. Final call.
got that poster up there in Minnesota when I went up to do the banquet. Go to that banquet at Urbana. And I got the bidding and bid a little too much for something.
Well,
maybe that's why I don't like sales.
Maybe
I get carried away.
Yeah. You came to the Wisconsin banquet and came home with a picture of foiled again.
Field of 5 here. 10th of 15 on the card.
Track must be clear.
Got some youngsters out on the track.
Yeah.
Off the track. Off the track.
Children.
She dropped what was in her hand and was busy out there picking it all up. And the horse is sitting behind the gate.
It's always scary.
Yeah. Sometimes you hate to be a meanie and yell at them the way you do, but it's for their own safety.
Yes.
They were off them pacing. Skylay Rock out for the lead from the inside. Graham's Teddy Bear. Section line Dragon. Dress Western. And Mother of Dragons will be the early trader as they race into the opening 8. Skylay Rock and Dan Noble show the way. Graham's Teddy Bear is second. Section line Dragon racing third. Dress Western is fourth. Mother of Dragons trails the field fifth. They're off the turn and onto the backside, and Skylay Rock leads the way by 2 lengths for Dan Noble. Second, Graham's Teddy Bear racing third. Section line Dragon. Next and fourth is Dress Western, and Mother of Dragons trails the field by the quarter, 32 3/5. They race into the turn, headed to the 3/8. Skylay Rock leads it. Second is Graham's Teddy Bear, and out and on the move on the outside. Here comes Tyler Smith and section line Ronnie. Now third, now second, and section line Ronnie goes right to the front. Skylay Rock to the inside. Doesn't want to give it up. Dress Western the outside. The inside Graham's Teddy Bear. Mother of Dragons trails the field at the half. They move on to the 5/8. At the half in 103. 3/5 still with the lead. Skylay Rock, section line Ronnie on the outside. Can't clear the leader. Graham's Teddy Bear tucked away to the inside. Dress Western on the outside. Coming 3 wide. Jeff Nysonger and Mother of Dragons Dragons. Now fifth, now fourth, now third. And with every stride, Mother of Dragons is set out after the 2 leaders. Into the turn, Skyly Rock, 3/4, 133 and 4. Section line Dragon, Mother of Dragons. Tracking those 2 leaders will come 3 wide. 1/8 of a mile to come. Skyly Rock, Mother of Dragons. Section line Dragon between horses. 3 of them across the track. Trying to hang on is Skyly Rock. Skyly Rock will get there in time. Section line Dragon and Mother of Dragons will finish third.
Skyly Rock, Dan Noble's third of the day, and I think Brian George's second of the day. Section line Dragon was second. Mother of Dragons finished third.
The mile 2:02, 4/5, 4/5, 2:02, 4/5.
So that means the final half in 1 minute and 4/5. The final quarter, 29 seconds.
You could tell that they were really picking it up coming down the backstretch.
Yeah.
11th race. Death Metal Princess, Forever Autumn, Lady Ruth, Long Tom Babe, Waverly, we need 5. Number 2, Notable Cameron is scratched in
Dan
the
Noble
upcoming
with win number 11.
Race.
His third of the afternoon. Brian George's
11th race.
the winning
Austin
train.
Hanners is driving the 1. Death Metal Princess, driver to be announced on
And
the 3.
also the
Forever
announcer,
Autumn.
trying to remember where he was announced.
Wilmington. He's on the Fair Board Speed Committee. Trainer, driver. He can do it all. Brian George's win number 9 as a trainer.
David Merrick said, Danny is tough to beat on the front end. He learned well from his dad, Chip, on how to rate a horse.
I take every opportunity I can to mention it, but July the 3rd next year, Chip Noble inducted into harness racing's Immortal Hall of Fame. The Immortal Hall of Fame will recognize Chip Noble Sunday, July the 3rd, 2022.
The winner, Skyly Rock, 12:44.82.10, Exacta 780, Quinella 760, Consolation Try 2 all in all 720. Back in front of the stands, here's your winner of the 10th, the 3rd division of the 2-year-old filly pace. Number 2, Skyly Rock. Teal Bay filly, but Pet Rock out of the Ponderosa mare. Skyla Hanover is owned by Brian Georges, Wilmington, Katie Manley of Beaver Creek, S.R. McDaniel Jr., Shelby, North Carolina. Brian Georges gets his 2nd winner of the day as a trainer. Dan Noble gets
Brian
his
Georges
3rd winning
there in
drive.
the blue
This is
shirt
behind
and
Scotty
blue
Rock
cap.
as they take the 3rd division
His mother
of the 2-year-old
in
filly
the
pace, sponsored by the
yellow
Ohio Colt Racing
shirt
Association,
moves
sponsored
into the
by
winner's circle as
Buckley
well.
Brothers. It is official. Graham's Teddy Bear 4, Scotty Rock the winner. Section line Dragons 2,
So son and
Dress Western
mother
5.
in the winner's
Mother
circle
Dragons
with
3.
Dan Noble and Skyly Rock.
4/5, 32 and 3, 103 and 3, and 133 and 4. Top down 4, 1, 2, 5, 3 on the bottom. 11th race in 10 minutes. Win place show. Exact Quinella. Trifecta wagering. Scratch number 2, Notable Cameron. Notable Cameron has been scratched. Note Austin Henners will drive the 1. Death Metal Princess.
So there you have it. 11th race coming up. Notable Cameron has been scratched. Scratch the 2. Notable Cameron in the 11th There weren't any other driver changes, were there?
No, we're going to need somebody on the 3 Forever Autumn because he just said Austin Hanners will drive the 1, but we don't have a driver yet.
Okay. So TBA on the 3 Forever Autumn and trainer Sandy Beatty. We'll be back with race 11 in just a few moments.
When you need supplies for your horse, one out, Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Hey everyone, if you like horses, you'll love our podcast called Horsing Around. I'm Michelle Gadgel.
And I'm Kelly Bell. And we talk to horse breeders, trainers, and owners about something we all have in common: horses.
We have as much fun learning about horses as we hope you do listening to the people telling us their stories.
Listen Saturday mornings on WDLRradio.com.
Horsing Around is sponsored by the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association.
Bow River Jewelry has been the premier designers of sulky jewelry for more than 30 years. We incorporate today's fashion designs to create a unique piece of jewelry only found at Bow River. Visit bowriverjewelry.com today.
By the way, so many people ask me, where do I get all of my rings? The vast majority of them come from Bow River. Post time for the 11th. Next up, scratch the 1, Notable Cameron. We need a driver on the 3, Forever Autumn. So we'll keep an eye out for that. With the scratch of the 2, Notable Cameron, 3, 4, 5, and 6 will slide in one spot, going to the starting gate. Death Metal Princess, the 1. Austin Hanners. Some troubled lines showing breaks in the last 2 efforts. Initial start, a qualifier at Scioto, stayed flat 4th in 2-1-1. The 3, Forever Autumn, made several breaks last time out. Only start at Hilliard's. Austin Hanners was scheduled to drive, but will not. Will Sandy Beatty drive, or will he put somebody up? Did he say Sandy Beatty? Sandy Beatty. The 4, Lady Ruth. Christy Noble trains, Dan Noble drives. 2-year-old filly by Uncle Peter at a Sun Sentinel. Shows wins 3 and 4 back at qualifiers at Scioto, 59 and 2-1-3. Then was 5th at Scioto and 5th at Northfield in Ohio Sire Stake action. So drops down out of the Ohio Sire Stakes to an Ohio Colt Racing Association stake here at Washington Courthouse. The 5 is Long Tom Babe. Brian Roebuck trains. Jeff Nysonger, the driver. Made breaks at Wilmington. Stayed flat at Marion, finishing 3rd, 2-9-4. And Waverly, Jack Daly for Clarence Falk, breaks in both starts, finishing 5th and 6th at Ottawa and Wellston. So these 2-year-old filly trotters have been troubled by breaking, and we'll see how they do today. Sandy Beatty choosing not to drive Forever Autumn at Hilliard's, with Austin taking the 1 horse here. He's kind of forced to get in the sulky behind Forever Autumn. I believe, if I remember correctly, Forever Autumn was one of the horses Sandy featured on Freshman Focus.
Keep them right there and the turn, the one will not be close break. We're going to close break here real quick.
Now they have something going on here at the fair tonight. Is it the Demolition Bus Derby?
Cars tonight.
Cars tonight?
Buses were last night.
I'm glad I didn't park in the infield. They might have got my car mixed up. And I think they said those cars will start arriving around 4:30, and that's why they want to get the racing program wrapped up by then. As we await our horses for the 11th. With the scratch of the 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 slide in one spot, going to the starting gate.
I was just down by Ashley Daly, who's here with our Racing with the Stars tent. And she's got the prize wheel going, asking people questions about horses. And she's got horse general categories, harness racing specific category, and Fayette County Fair. So we'll be at a couple of other fairs this year. We're not everywhere with the Stars tent like we used to be, but we are going to be here, Wapakoneta, Greenville, and Urbana, I think, is the places so far that we are there. So it's a good way to educate the public, and then you can win a prize besides.
Also, I should mention Urbana, another group of Buckeye Stallion Series races.
Yes. Yep, they will. The Bucyrus Fair had the 2-year-old filly pacers, and the Urbana will have the rest of the 2-year-olds.
I was talking to the mutual manager. He said that grandstand was packed at Bucyrus.
It was.
And the wagering was brisk.
Yeah.
So that, let's face it, the Buckeye Stallion Series.
Yeah. Yeah, it was packed. And they were enthusiastic, too. They were on their feet, clapping and cheering. I have to tell one story, because this was, I found it pretty funny. We were up, and we were looking over, and there was a lady down there, and she was betting right along. And she, they got to the first or second race, they got to the half, and she takes her ticket, slaps her hand with it, and slaps it a couple more times, goes off to the collect. And somebody stopped her on the way and said, they have to go around one more time. And the look on her face when she found out that she had not won her bet was pretty sad.
So she went from winning to losing.
Yeah, really quick.
In a half a mile.
Yes.
That always amazes me. And it's basically the only place I see it is at Goshen, New York. A lot of people attend the races over July 4th weekend for the first time. And the fans actually applaud and yell when they come to the half.
Yeah.
Even though they got another half mile to go.
Well, maybe horses need a little encouragement to go that last half.
Horses are paraded and about to go postward.
That's one of the things I do like about a half-mile track is that the public does get to see them at the start, see them at the half, and at the finish. So you're actually getting up close and seeing them 3 different times, which is kind of neat.
That goes back to the origination of the 5/8 mile track. At one time, almost every track was either a half or a mile. The fans loved the half-mile track because they got to see them twice. Horsemen didn't like a half-mile track. They wanted the mile track once around. So that's how it developed to the 5/8 mile track in between the half and the mile. And fans actually get to see them twice, coming to the 3/8 and finishing the mile. So it was kind of a compromise.
Yeah.
And that's how the 5/8 mile track developed. And I think the vast majority of tracks are 5/8 anymore. The newer tracks seem to be mile tracks or 7/8. 7/8 mile tracks.
Oh, a mile track takes up a lot of acreage.
Yeah. And a lot of times they can't get a mile track in a certain area because of obstacles that are there, whether they be barns or what.
Raced one year at Arlington Park. I'm trying to remember if it was Hawthorne. That was the year that Hawthorne burned down, or what would we race at Arlington? Mile and an eighth track. And of course we race a mile, so we were starting into the turn, and that was kind of odd.
Well, how about Colonial Downs? A 1.25 mile track. They started out of a chute.
Oh, they do?
Down the backside. So the first quarter was a straightaway. Second quarter was almost a straightaway. Around the final turn was the
Third division
3/4.
two-year-old filly trot.
Coming home was almost a straightaway.
The Keith Haynes Memorial scratched down to a field of 5 with a scratch of the 2. Little
Horses in behind the gate, and we're going postward. Race 11.
Here they come. The rough and trotty, that's Death Metal Princess for the lead. Lady Ruth on the outside. Forever Autumn comes out in third. Racing fourth, Long Tom Babe, and Waverly is the traitor as they race to the opening eighth and up on the outside and headed to the front end. Dan Noble and Lady Ruth. Racing second, Death Metal Princess. We got a break of 10 to 15 lengths to Forever Autumn, who trots third. Fourth is Long Tom Babe. And trailing the field is Waverly. 30 and a fifth for the opening quarter. The race around the turn. Top of the field, Lady Ruth off stride, Death Metal Princess. Forever Autumn trots third. Racing fourth, Long Tom Babe. Then it's Waverly. Death Metal Princess. After the break, back down trotting. Coming to the half, Lady Ruth leads the way. Death Metal Princess the inside second. Forever Autumn third. Fourth, Waverly trailing Long Tom Babe. Half in 1 minute. 2-year-old filly trotters reach the half in a minute flat. Leading the way, Lady Ruth, the 2-year-old Bay filly by Uncle Peter. Down the backside, Death Metal Princess is second. Third, Forever Autumn. Fourth, Waverly.
I don't know if you
to
folks
the
saw
outside.
that or
Long
not,
Tom
but
Babe
the
is
truck
fifth.
with the
At
screen was
3/4,
out on the
Lady
racetrack.
Ruth with the lead. 3/4, 132 and 1. Into the turn, Death Metal Princess is second. Racing third, Long Tom Babe. Forever Autumn now fourth. Waverly is fifth. They're off the turn. They're on their way home. Lady Ruth with the lead. Death Metal Princess off stride. Long Tom Babe, Forever Autumn, and Waverly coming to the line. It is all Lady Ruth and Dan Noble. Dan Noble's fourth winner of the day.
Well, that was interesting. And I'm not sure who the young lady is.
1/5
on horseback. I guess it's our outrider that we have here.
Warm up, bring them on. 12th race, Cruising
But
Artie.
she actually rode out onto the racetrack during the race and signaled the driver of the truck to get the heck off the racetrack, but they still had a half a mile to go. She flagged him into the infield, and everything was A-OK, but that could have been pretty rough. So hats off to the outrider and knowing what to do with the situation, a bad situation. Another win for Dan Noble. When you're hot, you're hot. And Noble's got the hot hands today. 12 wins on the season. His fourth this afternoon. And this, of course, is out of the Noble stable. Wife Christy is the trainer. And for Christy, that is their second win this season. Into the winner's circle.
11th race, third division, 2-year-old filly trot. Here's the 4, Lady Ruth. To obey, filly by Uncle Peter. Out of the Like a Prayer Bear, Sun Sentinel. Dennis Owens, Hamilton, Ohioans. Christy Noble trains Dan Noble in the sulky. Dan Noble's fourth winner of the day, the mile 204 and a fifth. This, the Keith Haynes Memorial, goes to the 4, Lady Ruth and Dan Noble. It is official. Death Metal Princess 2, number 2 is scratched. Number 3, Forever Autumn 4, Lady Ruth the winner. 5, Long Tom Babe 3, and number 6, Waverly 5. 2:04, 1/5, the winning time. 30 and a fifth for the quarter, the half 1 minute. 3 quarters, 1:32 and 1. To scratch 4, 1:35 on the bottom. 12th race,
time.
Scratch number 5,
2, 4,
Prince
and 1.
John.
4 and 1.
Scratch the 5, Prince John. Trevor Smith drives the 2.
That's our fastest.
Smoking Gunslinger, number 3,
filly
Sweet
trot.
Paradise, will be driven by Scott
2:04 and
Sisko.
1/5.
Playing in this race in memory of Alvin
Race
and
11.
Neil Long.
On to race 12. Scratch the 5, Prince John. 2-year-old Colt Pace, the 4th of 5 divisions coming up for 2-year-old Colt Pacers. Scratch the 5, Prince John. 6 slides in a spot when they go to the starting gate. Back with more in a moment.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio wants to thank all the breeders that supported our first season standing the trotter, Muscle Diamond. Cool Winds also welcomed the proven sire, Mr. Apples, to our stallion barn. Randy and Kim Haynes also stand the only full brother to some beach somewhere, Bring on the Beach, sire of Heart of Chewbacca. Visit the Cool Winds consignment at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway Ag Center on Friday, September 17th.
Athletes, they come in all shapes and sizes. They catch, they leap, they run. Some athletes even come with 4 legs and paws and hooves. When these beloved family members need care, remember the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio State experts wrote the book on exceptional animal care and know how to get our best friends back on their feet. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
Back here at Washington Courthouse. Race number 12 coming up for 2-year-old Colt Pacers. Scratch the 5, Prince John. 6 will slide in 1 spot when they go to the starting gate. Win, play, show. Wagering on the 12th. So Zed, the 4th division. This for $2,829. Cruisin' Artie, Jeff Nysonger trains and drives, shows a 2nd place finish at Marion in 2.5 and 2. Smokin' Gunslinger, Dan Noble looking for number 5. This one for Ray Paver, a winner 2 back at Wilmington in 2.2 and 4. Paver was the driver. Noble finished 3rd at Lebanon in 2 minutes flat.
There's actually a late driver change on that one to Trevor Smith. Will drive the 2.
On the 2 horse. Mm-hmm. Tyler Smith.
Trevor, I'm sorry.
Oh, Trevor.
Mm-hmm.
Trevor Smith. And the 2, Smoking Gunslinger. The 3 is Sweet Paradise. 2-year-old gelding by McArdle. Jeff Nysonger is going to not be able to drive this one.
Right, I think it's Scott Cisco.
Scott Cisco will drive. The 3, Sweet Paradise, Rusty Lee's. 3rd, at Ottawa in 2:04. The Iron Throne, Austin Hanners, a winner at Hilliard in 2:03 with Hanners. The 5 is scratched, and the 6 is Tommy Shelby, a winner at Scioto and a qualifier 57-3. Does show a 3rd place finish at Wilmington in 2 minutes and a 5th. Field of 5 with the scratch of the 5, Prince John in race 12.
I was just going to mention that the last race, that 2-year-old filly trot, half in a minute, that was the fastest first half of any race so far today. So for 2-year-old trot and fillies, that was
Filly trotters fast as half. Wow.
Yeah, that's kind of unusual.
Yeah.
We've got there was 3 horses in the 12th that were sold at public auction, and that's the number 3, Sweet Paradise, was sold for $16,000 at the Ohio Select Sale. In fact, all 3 of these went through the Ohio Select Sale. The Iron Throne, number 4, for $15,000, and Tommy Shelby, $25,000 at the Ohio Select Sale. And you notice that Tommy Shelby, breeder, was actually a Canadian owner. Princeton Farm from Ontario, Canada, was the breeder on that horse. So, as we've talked about before, there's a lot of people from out of state in Canada that are breeding to Ohio stallions. They're very popular. And that is a down by the seaside, and they were like uber popular.
I've quoted Anthony McDonald in the past year as saying the best value for a person's money is in the Ohio racing program, not only in the purchase of yearlings, but in the opportunities for race miles and the purses that they go for. Ohio is the number 1 opportunity, and that's really something coming from a gentleman that is heavily involved in Ontario racing.
Yes. And I think that also the interesting thing is Ohio is what we call a late closer state. You don't have to make any stake payments for Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallions, all the fairs, any of those stake races until March 15th of their 2-year-old year. So there's no yearling, weanling payments, no early payments, just that. And that makes it a little bit nice too.
Yeah, at least you know what you got.
Yes.
Or you think you know what you got.
You think you know. Yeah, March 15th or March 14th, you think you know what you got.
I'll back it off.
But it is a good value.
12th of 15 coming up.
And so many places to race. I mean, with 65 county fairs, and they're all squished in between middle of June. We have a few in October, but mostly middle of June. They kind of, after the jug, they kind of slow down a lot. So there's so many places to race. And then the purses per division get a little bit higher because there are not all those splits.
And we have finals and consolations. Finals go for what, $300,000?
Yep, Ohio Sire Stakes finals.
What's the consolations? $50,000?
I can't say for sure. I will find out.
Jeff Nicehunger.
Then they also have finals.
Number 2, Smoking Gunslinger, Trevor Smith drives.
I believe consolation.
3, Sweet Paradise,
Parade.
Scott Cisco. Number 4, the Iron Throne with Austin Hanners. 5 is scratch. Number 6, Tommy Shelby. Dan Noble in the sulky. One place show exacta trifecta. Quinella wagering, post time in 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes to post.
What they're doing to speed things along, they're starting their post parade way up in the turn. And sometimes that kind of catches us off guard when we're talking. And they're actually doing the post parade, but that's to speed things up because, like Phil said, they've got the Demolition Derby here tonight, and those cars are going to be arriving around 4:30 this afternoon. So that's just less than an hour away. And we've got 4 more races to go, so it's going to be nip and tuck.
And a lot of these guys got to get back to Scioto tonight
Yeah.
to race.
I see the first clouds of the day. A little off to the right. Just some white fluffies, but other than that, it's been a cloudless day here in Ohio. Hope the weather's good where you're at. To review our top 10, and it's changed somewhat today. Ron Gillespie still leads all drivers, though, with 32. Cam McGowan, 25. Jeff Nysonger and Dan Noble are now tied for third with 12 each. Trevor Smith is fifth with 10. On the trainer side, Chris Beaver and Dan O'Mara are tied with 10 each. Third place goes to Brian Georges with 9. And a 3-way tie for fourth, Virgil Morgan Jr., Jeff Nysonger, and Mark Winters.
We were talking about the Ohio Sire Stakes and the Ohio Sire Stakes final, which is the top tier of racing in Ohio. Those finals go for $300,000. The consolations go for $75,000.
Oh, 75.
The veterans, the OSS veterans this year are going for $85,000. So those are for 4-year-olds.
Now, why did they change it to veterans?
What did it used to be?
I don't know that I've ever heard it called veterans.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it said was the
Usually
veterans.
it was just the aged division.
Yeah,
I guess they don't like aged.
maybe.
That's for senior citizens.
And then, of course, you got the Buckeye Stallion Series finals that goes for $60,000, and the Ohio Fair Championships that go for $40,000. So there's good money to race all year, and also at the end. Yep, it is the $85,000 Veteran Championships.
You know, someday in her spare time, we ought to go through and compare the sale price of all horses and where they made their money, and to see if price correlates with money won.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, without
behind the
doing
gate. Diggy swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing Tommy Shelby on the outside. Cruz and Artie between horses as they move into the turn is Smoking Gunslinger. Coming out in fourth around the turn, the Iron Throne, and the early trader is Sweet Paradise. Up the backside, on the outside, Dan Noble wants the front end with Tommy Shelby, and he's going to get it. Cruz and Artie gives way second. Down the backside they go, racing third, headed on over to the opening quarter. As they race by the quarter and into the turn, Smoking Gunslinger. Around the turn, the Iron Throne and Sweet Paradise trails the field. 29-3 for the opening quarter. Straight alignment at the 3/8 mark. Tommy Shelby, the leader by 2. Racing second is Cruz and Artie, passing the stands first time, coming to the halfway point. Racing third, Smoking Gunslinger. Fourth, the Iron Throne. No movement as yet. And Sweet Paradise is fifth. Front to back, the field is covered by some 6 lengths. Tommy Shelby takes the field by the half, 1 minute and 1/5. To the 5/8 they head. Cruz and Artie is second. Smoking Gunslinger third. The Iron Throne is fourth and trailing the field. Sweet Paradise down the backside of the 3/4. Jeff Nysonger and Cruz and Artie to the outside to pressure the leader, Tommy Shelby. Smoking Gunslinger tracks the 2 leaders third. He's 3 lengths off the lead. Into the turn, the Iron Throne fourth. Gapped away fifth. Sweet Paradise is 10 lengths away. 3/4, 1:31 and 1. Eighth of a mile to pace, and Cruisin' Artie has collared the leader. Grabs the lead on the outside. Cruisin' Artie. Tommy Shelby battling back on the inside. Coming 3 wide on the outside. Smoking Gunslinger. Cruisin' Artie on the line. Cruisin' Artie, multiple horse photo for place. Cruisin' Artie and Jeff Nysonger take the 12th, the 4th division of the 2-year-old colt pace.
I think that was what they call a blanket finish.
Yes,
the mile 201, 2/5.
201 and 2. Final half 101 and 1. Final quarter 30 and a 5th. As Cruisin' Artie gets the win for trainer driver Jeff Nysonger. Nysonger gets his 13th win of the season.
Fractions 29 and 3, 1 minute 1/5, 131 and 1 the mile, 201 2/5. Barney the 13th, bring him out as quick as you can. Bear Creek Player, Rock and Roll Shelley, Who's Your Hypnotic, DH Rockin' Artist, Pine Flirt, Eagle of Scootin', and Silver. If we can move these final 3 along, we do have an activity in front of the grandstand this evening. If we can move these final 3 through as quick as possible. Bring them right on for the 13th.
For Nysonger.
Coming back in front of the stands, here's your winner of the 12th, the 4th division of the 2-year-old colt pace, Ohio Colt Racing Association. Number 1, Cruisin' Artie, the 2-year-old Bingo Dozetta, the Yankee Cruiser, out of the Western Ideal Mare.
If you've noticed what any fishing crew they have that puts on the blankets. There's a couple out there, and they've got this down to a science. They flip it on and straighten it out.
The mile 201 2/5.
Really doing a nice job. I'm sure they're volunteers.
Cruisin' Artie. Blanketing this race in memory of Alvin and Neil Long.
Cruisin' Artie.
Results are official. Number 1, Cruisin' Artie, the winner. Number 2, Smoking Gunslinger, 4. 3, Sweet Paradise, 5. 4, The Iron Throne, 3. Number 5 was Scratch. Number 6, Tommy Shelby, 2. 201 2/5, a lifetime mark for the winner, Cruisin' Artie. 29 and 3, 1 minute 1/5, 131 and 1. Rechecking 145, 3 scratch, 2 on the bottom. 13th race coming up in about 10 minutes. Number 2, Rock and Roll Shelley. Make the driver Trevor Smith. Trevor Smith drives the 2, Rock and Roll Shelley. Bring him right on, 13th race.
And that's the only change right now, at least. Trevor Smith driving the 2, Rock and Roll Shelley. Field of 7, 1 through 6 on the gate, 7 a trailer in the second tier. This is a condition pace coming up. Non-winners $2,500 lifetime. Also, non-winners $1,000 in 2021. The Charlie Stevens Memorial. Back with more after these messages.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Visit us September 17th at the Pickaway County Fairgrounds and get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, and Long Tom. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigDWeb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Okay, we're back at the Fayette County Fair. Race number 13, non-winners of $2,500 lifetime. Also eligible, non-winners of $1,000 in 2021. We've got a couple horses in here. We've got Who's Your Hypnotic coming out of the 3-hole for Jack Daly. was a 4-year-old and never raced. And I kind of wondered about this, because when you see a 4-year-old that's unraced and why they hold them over. And the dam of Hoosier Hypnotic is See My Best, who had a mark of 51-3 and made $128,000 plus. And she had her best year as a 6-year-old when she took her mark and made the bulk of her money was as a 6-year-old. So I guess they figured that maybe her babies get better with age, so they might have kept Hoosier Hypnotic over for those reasons. D.H. Rockin' Artist is a lightly raced horse. Qualified at Scioto, went 56-3, and then was scratched at Scioto in a non-winners 1 pari-mutuel race. First, so he is back now. That was back in May. So now he's making a start back at the Fayette County Fair. D.H. Rockin' Artist, we've been talking about fractional ownership stables, and D.H. Rockin' Artist is owned by Dark Horse Syndicate Racing, LLC, which is a fractional ownership stable. Eagle of Scooting is by far the oldest horse in today. He's 12 years old, has had 237 lifetime starts, 16 wins, 27 seconds, and 29 thirds, and made $164,000. So I'm sure it's because he fits that also eligible non-winners of 1,000 in 2021. So why this horse is in this race. So he's a very experienced horse and going against horses that have never made a lifetime start. So they're getting him on the track. We'll be ready to post parade. There are 7 in it. So number 7 will start from the second tier. We have 1 driver change. The number 2, Rock and Roll Shelley, will be driven by Trevor Smith. Other than that, they will be as programmed. And remember, you can get your programs at ohha.com. Go to the home page, the middle of the page, scroll down until you see Fair Broadcast, Fair Live Broadcast, and your racing programs, and click there and you will find the programs. So we want to thank the United States Trotting Association for letting us put those programs up. United States Trotting Association is the keeper of the record, so they have all the statistics for horses, drivers, owners, trainers, everybody in the business, and they compile all that and produce a program. So we thank them for letting us post those. And we certainly want you, if you are at the fair, to buy a program from the local fair group, because a lot of fairs use it as a fundraising program. You know, that maybe the 4-H kids or the Kiwanis or something, they use it as a fundraiser. So certainly if you're here at the fair, buy a program from them to support that local group. But if you're at home, we will provide them for you. Looking down at Ashley Daly in our Racing with the Stars group. She's still busy spinning the wheel and educating people about racing. Ashley is the newest hire at Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, and she is the outreach assistant.
Number 1, the Bear Creek Player, Scott Ferguson drives. Number 2, Rock and Roll Shelley, Trevor Smith. Number 3, Hoosier Hypnotic, Jack Daly. Jeremy Smith drives the 4, DH Rockin' Artist. 5 is Pine Flirt with Clayton Piper. Number 6, Eagle of Scootin', Scott Cisco. Number 7 is Silver, Jeff Neisonger in the sulky. Win, place, show, exact Quinella, trifecta, dollar, super, going to the gate in 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Rock and Roll Shelley is making
have them ready
for
that
qualifier
14th Amadeus Search
at
to
Scioto
See.
Downs.
Meet me at Mars.
About 4 days ago. But before that, hasn't raced since August of 2020. And it only had 5 starts back then. So, and that was its, had 5 starts as a 2-year-old, and now is coming back starting as a 3-year-old. Pine Flirt is also a horse who's 5 years old and has had one lifetime start. So it's another one of those horses that they carried over and kept. So I think to keep a horse like that, they've got to show something to the trainer or the owner, show that they've got some ability, and they'll just keep them and wait until they can show it.
Pine Flirt apparently raced here Wednesday. I remember Pfeiffer driving because he's only 17 years old, but I can't remember where the horse finished.
So is this the line? Oh, the line shows Washington Courthouse finished 7th.
Where does it show? It's not my program.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
My program says line to be announced.
Oh, okay. Well, I will announce it.
Okay, announce it.
He was in the Nowers of 1500. Came out of the 6th hole, sat 6th, 6th, 7th, 7th. Pacing 2.5 flat last quarter in 31.4. Was 7th by 10.5 lengths.
Pfeiffer was driving, right?
Yep.
Like I say, I remember that.
So we got a request for a question to ask to Roger if what he thinks if Charlie May will race in the jug.
I doubt that he will race in the Little Brown Jug. Too many things would have to happen in too short a time. The appeal would have to be found to be in his favor before the deadline for supplemental payments. And my guess is the appeal will not even be discussed for anywhere from 3 to 6 months down the road.
Yeah.
Because Don Tiger, and makes no bones about it, he is, what do you call when you interview people ahead of time? There's a legal term to it. Depose.
Oh.
He's going to depose a number of the drivers in the race, the officials as such that made the call, and so that all has to be done ahead of time before the hearing. So, no, I don't see. I think he'll be racing that day at Delaware in the Ohio Breeders' Championship, but it won't be in the Little Brown Jug. Horses going to the gate for the 13th.
Post time. Six on gate, one trailer, condition pacers, 13th race from the Fayette County Fair. All in behind the gate, and here they come. They're off and pacing. Pine Flirt goes for the lead. Bear Creek Player from the inside. Eagle is scooting, comes out in third. Field into the turn. As they race around the turn, racing fourth to the inside is Silver. Fifth on the outside, D.H. Rockin' Artist is on the outside. Down the backside they go, and D.H. Rockin' Artist trails the field. Hoosier Hypnotic to the inside. Down the backside, headed to the opening quarter, Pine Flirt. Clayton Pfeiffer, the leaders by a length. Bear Creek Player racing second. Racing third is Silver. 3 wide. D.H. Rockin' Artist was sixth, fifth, fourth, third on the outside. 32 and a fifth as they race around the turn. Racing on the inside. Hoosier Hypnotic and trailing the field. Round the turn as they race over to the 3/8 mark on top of the field. Eagle is scooting and Scott Cisco passing the stands first time. Coming to the half. Pine Flirt is third. D.H. Rockin' Artist to the outside. Moving up as well as Rock and Roll Shelley to the inside. Bear Creek Player. Silver moving to the outside as they race around the turn. That is Hoosier Hypnotic at the half. 103 1/5. On the 5/8 they go. Leading away, Eagle of Scootin' and Scott Cisco on the leader's wheel. D.H. Rockin' Artist, Jeremy Smith. He's been out most of the mile to the inside. Pine Flirt is third. Moving to the outside from fourth comes Rockin' Shelley from the back of the pack on the outside. Hoosier Hypnotic to his inside. Bear Creek Player, they circle the far turn. They pass 3/4, 134. Leading away, Eagle of Scootin' on the outside. D.H. Rockin' Artist with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Eagle of Scootin', D.H. Rockin' Artist to the outside. Strides apart inside the final 16th. Eagle of Scootin', D.H. Rockin' Artist to the outside, but on the line, Eagle of Scootin' over D.H. Rockin' Artist. Very tight for third, either Hoosier Hypnotic or Rock and Roll Shelley.
The 7-horse Silver pulled up.
The mile 204.
Did not finish.
2/5.
The mile 204 and 2/5. The win goes to Eagle A Scootin', Scott Cisco, the trainer and the driver. For Scott Cisco at the fairs, win number 6 as a driver, as a trainer. It might be his first.
And Eagle of Scootin' was a 12-year-old.
General inquiry.
This was his
Looking at action,
238th
reviewing
lifetime
action
start.
going to the quarter. General inquiry. Hold all tickets.
Scott Cisco breaks into the top 10 with his 6th win of the season. Too close to call that the 3rd and 4th spot. No doubt about the winner. It was a 6-4. 6-4, but then too tight for show.
Great effort by D.H. Rockin' Artist, who was hung a lot of the mile and was catching up, and then kind of fell back, but then around the turn caught up again.
The 14th
to,
race, MM
Eagle of
Search the
Scootin'.
Sea.
Just came
Meet
up a
Me
little
at
bit short.
Mars. His Way or the Highway, and Arts Arsenal come right on. Back in front of the stands, here's your winner of the 13th. Here's the 6th, Eagle of Scootin'. This is unofficial 12-year-old Big Gold to the son of Ice Scoot and Hanover out of the Abercrombie mare. DeZoe Bluegrass, Scott Cisco of Ohio. Amanda Fraser, Bloomberg, Ohio. Scott Cisco trains and drives the winner. Scott Cisco, second winner of the day. The mile 204 2/5. This race sponsored by the Charlie Stevens Memorial. The mile 204 2/5, fractional times 32 and 1, 103 and 1, and 134. 14th race, Amadeus Search the Sea, Meet Me at Mars, His Way or the Highway, and Arts Arsenal. Bring them on.
We're going to test Susan now.
Oh, no.
Hey, Cisco!
Cisco Kid?
Well, what came back after that? Hey, Cisco!
I don't know.
Poncho!
Oh.
Well, you remember the Cisco
I remember
Kid.
that part, yeah.
Cisco Kid and Poncho. 14th race coming up. Did he ever announce the complete order finish?
Not yet. There was an inquiry about the first turn, so.
Waiting on the results of the 2 and the 3 and an inquiry to boot. And when you're trying to move right along, that's not going to help us.
Yeah. Well, they should be able to get out quickly. There's no more warming up, so.
Yeah. Looking ahead to the 14th race, 5 Arts Arsenal make the driver Jeremy Smith. Jeremy Smith drives the 5 Arts Arsenal. We'll see who's driving the 2, Search the Sea, for John Ackley.
Long day for some of these trainers. They've got Brett Schwartz had 9 in today. Mark Winters had 7. Clarence Folk had 5. Hugh Beatty had 5. Jeff Nysanger and Chrissy Noble each had 4. So that's
And it'll really be a
tough.
long day for those that are racing at Scioto.
Saturday night, yep.
General inquiry, no changes in the order of finish. Have complete rundown shortly.
So, the word is shortly. Translated.
Here's complete order of finish. Number 1, Bear Creek Player 6. 2, Rock and Roll Shelley 3. Number 3, Hoosier Hypnotic 4. Finishing second to 4, DH Rock and Artist. Number 5, Pine Flirt 5. 6, Eagle of Scoot in the winner. Number 7, Sober to Not Finish. 204, 2 fifths. 32 and a fifth. 103 and 1. 134. The winner 1140. $5, 360. Exacted 1920. Quinella 1240. 6 all and all on the tries. A consolation 680. 6-4 all 460 for the Super. 14th race. First half, the late double. Number 2, Search the Sea, Jack Daly. Jeremy Smith drives the 5. At this time, no changes in the back half of the late double. Just 5. We got 1, we got 2, 3.
So Jack Daly drives the 2, Search the Sea. Jeremy Smith drives the 5, Arts Arsenal. Back with more in just a few moments.
Doctor, give me the news. Is it bad credit?
It's bad credit, and you need a car.
Can I be cured?
Yes, but your case needs immediate attention. Visit lowcostcarsoh.com or lowcostcarsnorth.com today. Bad credit, no credit, don't worry. Start driving today.
I've been cured! I can get a car! Woo!
Even if you're sick with bad credit, get a great car today at either Low Cost Cars locations in Circleville and Columbus.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Buying or selling a racehorse? OnGate.com is your one-stop website. OnGate has changed the way racehorses are bought and sold. Easy to view listings makes it easy to find your next champion. Buy or sell at OnGate.com.
Back for race number 14, the penultimate of the day here in Washington Courthouse. Jack Daly on the 2, Search the Sea. Jeremy Smith on the 5, Arts Arsenal. 2-year-old Colt Pacers, who would have thought, we're finally to the 5th and final division of the 2-year-old Colt Pace. M. Amadeus, Scott Cisco from Marco Winters. Best is a 4th place finish at Lebanon last time, 2-1-1. Search the Sea, Jack Daly for John Ackley, 4th last time out at Wilmington, 2-1-1. Meet Me at Mars, Austin Hanners for Brett Schwartz, 4th last time out at Hilliard's in 2:04-4. The 4, His Way or the Highway, Chad Lays drives for Rusty Lays. Second in a qualifier at Scioto in 58-4. At the fairs, 4th place 3rd, 2:02 at Lebanon. And the 5, Arts Arsenal, Timothy Ignarski trains. Jeremy Smith, the driver, raced at Lebanon, 5th in 2:03. Field of 5 in the 5th and final division of the 2-year-old Colt Pace. Any standouts?
Well, nobody has won yet. So that's it. Meet Me at Mars was a $21,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale. And Arsenal was a 9,000 at the Buckeye Classic. Arts Arsenal has only had the one start at Lebanon. What did they say they were having? Is it a demo derby tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Demolition derby, going to tear them up.
I see, like, really smashed up buses in the middle of
That
the
was
track.
last night, they say.
Oh, so a bus demo derby. I've never seen that.
That is something to see.
Colt base, 2,829 is the Jackie Johns Memorial. Field of 5. Number 1 is M. Amadeus, driven by Scott Cisco. The 2, Search the Sea, Jack Daly. Austin Henners with a 3, Meet Me at Mars. Number 4, His Way or the Highway, Chad Lice. And number 5, Arts Arsenal, Jeremy Smith in the sulky. Win play show exact penalty trifecta.
All of the game is 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Post time, 3 minutes away.
Just as a reminder for our upcoming broadcasts, tonight at 6 o'clock, Mount Vernon. Tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. at Marysville. On Monday, the 26th, we'll be at Marysville at 11 a.m. Mount Vernon is at noon, and Tiffin at 6. Tuesday, we have Paynesville, Sydney at 5, and Tiffin at 1 o'clock. 28th, which is Wednesday, will be at Sydney at 5 o'clock. 29th, no fair racing. And the 30th, Piketon at 5 o'clock, and the Summit County Fair races, which are actually held at Northfield Park. So that'll be like I'm not sure what time they start.
That's a long trip to Sydney. Woo. That's up north of Troy.
Time in 2 minutes. 2 minutes to vote.
So Sydney is along. Well, you and Ashley are going there on Wednesday.
Yeah, that's if Ashley leaves from her mother's house, it's a short trip.
Oh, okay.
Leaving from Grove City, I'm guessing 85, 90 miles.
Oh, okay.
Basically, it's right on 75, I think. Close to it. Isn't Sydney on 75? Isn't Sydney on 75?
Just west.
Just west. Might have to stop at Marion's Pizza in Troy, Ohio.
We got a note from John McDevitt that said, "Love the racing today." And we're glad you did.
And believe me, John, when I say it, we love bringing it to you. We really do.
Yeah.
You know why we love it? Because we're making so many people happy. And who doesn't want to make somebody happy?
Yeah. Very true. And last year when we thought about this and thought about doing it, never thought that it would be as well received as it was. I mean, we thought people would like it, but holy mackerel.
Well, I've said numerous times the only good thing about COVID is the coverage of the OHHA of county fair racing.
Yeah.
Horses approaching the gate, 14th, penultimate. For you that are unfamiliar with the word, next to last. You can thank a guy by the
Here
name of
they
Peter
come.
Kleinhands who passed that along to us.
The rough and pacing Meet Me at Mars goes for the lead. Amadeus to the inside. As he races into the turn, coming out in third, Search the Sea. Fourth on the outside, into the turn is Where the Highway. And trailing the field is Arts Arsenal. At the opening 8, down the backside they go. Amadeus on the inside. Long mile for Meet Me at Mars. Hung on the outside, racing third, Search the Sea closes the gap. Racing fourth, his Where the Highway, and Arts Arsenal trails the field by the opening quarter and into the turn. Amadeus has him by the quarter, 31 and 4/5. Racing second around the turn, Search the Sea. Next and third, Meet Me at Mars, racing fourth. His Where the Highway, passing the stand of the first time. Arts Arsenal trails the field fifth. Coming on over to the half, Jack Daly's out on the move with Search the Sea. Halfway home, Amadeus second, Meet Me at Mars. His Where the Highway to the outside. Arts Arsenal halfway home in 102. On to the 5/8 they go. Search the Sea with the lead. We'll guide him on over to the 5/8. Amadeus right there second. On the move on the outside. His Where the Highway is third. Racing fourth to his inside. Meet Me at Mars continuing to trail. Arts Arsenal, the leader. Search the Sea jumps it off, is off stride. Up on the outside. His Way or the Highway to the front. Amadeus is second. Meet Me at Mars, 3/4 into the far turn. At the 3/4 in 1:33 and 4. They've got an 1/8 of a mile of pace. His Where the Highway has the lead. Amadeus comes to the outside with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Meet Me at Mars is third down the stretch, a pace. His Way or the Highway.
His Way or the Highway scores for Chad Lees, Rusty Lees, trainer, owner. Amadeus second. Meet Me at Mars finished third.
The mile, 2:04 1/5.
1-3. The mile, 2:04 1/5. Final half, the final quarter, 30 and 2/5. His Way or the Highway scores here. Chad and Rusty Lays. For Chad, his initial win as a driver this season. And I believe the same holds true for Rusty as far as a trainer. It does.
Very interesting. In the program that you buy on track, they have the Fayette County Classic, and all of the winners.
15th and final.
How
Robin
fast they
Zard,
went,
Art of
the
Revenge,
purse,
CT
everything.
Pet
So
Attack,
we'll-
Mad Eye Moody, and Fluff. Yeah.
We'll talk a little bit about that after this winner's circle presentation.
For the Fayette County Classic, bring him to the track. Back in front of the stands, here comes your winner of the 5th division of the two-year-old colt base. Number 4, His Way or the Highway. Tio Baco to send up that rock onto the Cam Luck mare, Just Her Way. Rusty Lees, Lebanon, Ohio, owns, trains, and drives the winner. The mile 2:04 1/5, a lifetime mark, first career win for His Way or the Highway as they take the Jackie Johns Memorial Pace.
Jackie Johns, one of the all-time greats from Washington Courthouse. Steady performer at the fairs and raced at Lebanon Raceway and Hamilton Raceway.
Water Sports
Scioto
T
Downs.
takes the third division of the Adios Elimination, 148-2. The winner, $59. His Way or the Highway, $59 to win, $12.80, $3.80. Exacta, $760. Quinella, $760. 413 try, $29.40. It's official. M. Amadeus 2. Search the Sea 4. Meet Me at Mars 3. His Way or the Highway, the winner. Hearts Arsenal 5. 204 1/5, 31 and 4. 102 133 and 4. Top down 243 15 on the bottom. 15th and final coming up in about 10 minutes.
Field of 5, and there are no changes in the 15th. We'll be back with more after these messages.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding facility that specializes in stallion management. Cool Winds Farm stands the popular Dancing Yankee, whose first crop hit the ground this year and are great-looking individuals. Cool Winds is also standing Rockin' Amadeus, sire of world champion Ocean Rock. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on September 17th.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
15th and final coming up from the Fayette County Fair in Washington Courthouse. The D.E. Mossberger Fayette County Classic, sponsored by Midland Acres. 5 2-year-old pacers, a purse of $9,000. And you said there's something very interesting about it.
Well, they've got all of the winners, along with the drivers and trainers, or how fast they went. The fastest ever Fayette County Classic was 158-2 in 2014 by a horse called Jay's Six Pack Attack, driven by Jeremy Smith and trained by Sherry Chastain. And that race went for $10,000. But back in 2008 and 2009, the purse for each of those years was $20,000. So it has varied anywhere from $4,000. The lowest that I see is $4,080 back in 1990, all the way up to $20,000, and this year it's $9,000. So it's, and only 3 fillies have ever won this race, and we have 1 filly in it this year, DT Pet Attack. So, and only foals. It's it has to be sired by a stallion standing in Fayette County. So, for this year's edition, for the 2-year-olds this year, which would have been the horses standing at stud in 2018, it's Artificial, Big Bad John, Fear the Dragon, Pet Rock, and Yankee Cruiser. Those are the only ones eligible.
In 1994, the winner was David Miller with Raven Under Glass. Chip Noble won this race in 97 and 98. Brett Miller won it in 2006. Late Jim Daly was a winner in 2007. Chip Noble won it again in 2011. Chris Page won it in 2009. And Ryan Holton was last year's winner with Pinot Blanc. And that was the 3rd win for Ryan Holton to win this classic event. And of course, our thoughts and prayers go out on a regular basis to Ryan Holton. The latest post that I saw, he was up and was given a thumbs up or a V for victory and everything like that. He looks great. He's in the hospital, but he got a lot of serious injuries to overcome. According to the Post, he expected to be released from the hospital maybe Monday or Tuesday of next week. So making progress, but it's going to be a while before we see Ryan Holton back into the race bike.
Yeah. Yeah, thank goodness those serious accidents are few and far in between.
Remember the gentleman that we interviewed at Salina, Ralph Beckstead?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He fell and broke his hip.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And he's had rehab, and I think he's at home watching today. Plus, he is celebrating his, I believe, his 96th birthday next week. And he's worrying about getting his grass mowed. Ralph, take care of yourself.
He was the gentleman that started the matinees.
Matinees at Salina.
50 years ago.
50 years ago.
For the 15th and final, the GE Mossburger Fayette County Classic.
For $9,000. Sponsored by Midland Acres. To be eligible, you have to be sired, a horse standing in Fayette County. Midland Acres is proud to sponsor the D.E. Mossburger Fayette County Classic, and these are the horses. Number 1 is Robbins Art. The driver is Roy Wilson. Number 2, Art of Revenge with Jeff Neisonger. Number 3, DT Pet Attack, Scott Cisco drives. Number 4 is Mad Eye Moody with Trevor Smith. And rounding out the field, the 5, Flop Yeah, Austin Hanners in the sulky. Win, play, show, exacta, Quinella trifecta, post time in 3 minutes, your final chance to wager.
And the 2021 Fayette County Fair.
Field of 5.
We were talking earlier with Nick Fulkerson, and he's got 2 in this race, and he said these were the 2 that he was excited about, and he looks just a little bit nervous sitting off here to our left.
Got posts 4 and 5.
Yeah.
His wife is stall walking.
Is she? We have a gentleman named James Smith said back in the day, the driver of the Classic got a rental of a Lincoln Town Car for a week.
When I did a podcast with Tyler Smith, I said, what is the first remembrance of harness racing? And he said that his dad won the Classic, and they got a car for a full week. Might even been a little longer in those days or such. And I was looking through here to find what year that would have been. 1996.
Ah.
After Sam, Jeff Smith trains and drives, and that is the first remembrance of Tyler Smith of harness racing. He got his picture taken in the winner's circle with his dad, and he had colors just like his dad.
Oh, wow.
And that was winning this particular race.
Classic. Someone else asked us, what years did Brad Hanners win it? And that would have been 1995, 1997, and 2000.
Mm-hmm. Let's see who we got in here. Any of these guys won it? Don't believe so. Wait a minute. Nope, he's not in the race. So we will have somebody's name on there that is not on that list. They're going to the gate. 3 geldings, a colt, and a filly.
And as we said, only 3 fillies have won this race in the many years it's been around.
They're at the gate, gates rolling, it's post time. A field of 5. For the Fayette County Classic, the D.A. Mossbacher, sponsored by Midland Acres for $9,000. Here they come. And they're off. 4 of them headed for the front. Art of Revenge between horses. Robbins Art. DT Pet Attack. Flop Yeah. Mad Eye Moody into the turn. Roy Wilson and Robbins Art will have the lead as they race to the quarter. Off stride on the outside is Flop Yeah. Down the backside, going to the quarter. Robbins Art the leader by a length to the inside. Art of Revenge pockets up. Taking a seat third, Mad Eye Moody. Next and fourth, DT Pet Attack. And Flop Yeah races fifth. 8 lengths off the lead. Robbins Art is dictating the fractions. The quarter was on the board, 31 and 1/5 as they round the turn. Robbins Art and Roy Wilson lead the way. Racing second as they race on over to the 3/8 mark is Art of Revenge. Out and on the move on the outside. Here comes Mad Eye Moody from third. Now second, Mad Eye Moody and Trevor Smith right to the front. Robbins Art is second. Third, Art of Revenge. Flop Yeah, the outside fourth. DP Pet Attack is fifth. They're at the halfway home in 102 and on to the 5/8 they go. With the lead, headed to the 5/8 is Mad Eye Moody. Out and on the move, Robbins Art second up the inside. Art of Revenge is third. Fourth, DP Pet Attack. Trailing is Flop Yeah down the backside. Mad Eye Moody with the lead. Robbins Art on the outside right there. Third, looking for some daylight is Art of Revenge. DP Pet Attack trailing. Flop Yeah. 3/4 and 132. They circle the far turn. Mad Eye Moody. Robbins Art on the outside puts a head in front. Art of Revenge is going to come at him on the outside. He'll come 3 wide. They're off the turn. They're on their way home. And the Fayette County Classic hanging on the outside. Robbins Art and Roy Wilson by a neck. Robbins Art to take the Fayette County Classic.
Robbins Art, Roy Wilson for Kent Saunders.
The mile 2:02.
Final half in 1 minute. Final quarter, 30 seconds for that. Robbins Art.
By a head?
By
a head, maybe? Was it
half
much?
a head. How you doing? In my conversation yesterday with Ken Saunders, who's a director of the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association, I talked with him and I said, "How come you went in that race?" You know,
unofficially
he
won
says, "Well,
for 2.
it goes for $9,000. I knew there'd only be one division." He said, "If I got in the other 2-year-old pace, been 5 divisions for $2,800.
Yep.
So Kent Saunders making his way to the winner's circle. The Mossbaugers also making their way to the winner's circle. Look at that smile on Kent's face.
Kent is a law enforcement officer.
He's a detective.
Coming back in front of the
County
stage,
Sheriff's
your
Department.
winner of the 15th and final. The winner of the D.E. Mossbacher Fayette County Classic, sponsored by Midland Acres for $9,000. Here's the one, Robbins Art, the 2-year-old bay gilded son of Art Official out of the Ice Scoot Hanover mare Robin Scoot is owned by Ken Saunders of Xenia, Ohio. Ken Saunders trains Roy Wilson in the sulky. The mile 2:02. Final half 1 minute. Final quarter in 30 seconds. Midland Acres blanket.
Kent's in the
winner
winner's circle talking to his horse.
Classic goes to the one. Robin Zart, Kent Saunders, and Roy Wilson. Let's give him a big hand. The winner, 540, 260, and 210. 920 Exacta, 660 Quinella, 2160 Try, and a $6.20 daily double.
I'll be done.
Kent also bred that horse, so
Yeah.
it's a
Extra special.
Results are official. Number 1, Robin Zart, the winner. Number 2, Art of Revenge, 3. Number 3, DP Pet Attack, 4. Number 4, Mad Eye Moody, 2. Number 5, Fluff Yeah, 5. The Mile, 202, 31 and 1, 102, 132. Top down, 1, 3, 4, 2, 5 on the bottom. Well, that concludes this afternoon's racing program. On behalf of the Speed Committee here at Fayette County Fair, Superintendent Robert Swartz, great job this afternoon. We sped them right along there at the end. They have a show coming on at 6. Please return those saddle pads when picking up your money. All money will be available in the race office in about 15 minutes.
It's the third win for Roy Wilson this season at the fairs, and for trainer Kent Saunders with a very limited number of horses. I don't know if he has a second horse or not. This might be the only one.
Well, he's having fun with this one, that's for sure.
It is his third win as well this season. And I guess we can look at Robin's Art. 3 wins, so I think this is his only horse. Of course, with a full-time job like that, he probably doesn't have time to.
Right.
Because he does take care of the horse almost totally.
Totally by himself. That's good. It makes it extra special, like you said. He bred it.
Yep.
He owns it. He trains it. He takes care of it. Well, we enjoyed having you all today at the Fayette County Fair in Washington Courthouse. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Remember to tune in tonight at 6 o'clock for Mount Vernon.
Knox County Fair.
Yep.
Mount Vernon, Ohio. Susan will be tomorrow at Marysville.
Marysville, yep.
11 a.m. Oh, my goodness.
Yes. We'll be in and out of there because there's only 7 races tomorrow, so we'll be...
Oh, really? Is that all?
Yep.
Well,
but remember, we're going to have that father-daughter duel in one where Roy Burns and Casey Burns, the only 2 in the race, so they'll be duking it out.
Oh, that's right. There is a field of 2.
Yeah. So that should be fun.
Oh, it might be a little dirty.
Yeah.
I bet you somebody gets hung.
I'll bet so.
Anyway, for Susan Schroeder and entire crew of Trot and Pace Marketing, yours truly, Roger Houston. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast today. Not sure which fair you'll be watching tomorrow, but enjoy a county fair here in the Buckeye State. Till tomorrow, adios and be there.
This has been Ohio County Fair Racing. Ohio County Fair Racing is brought to you by thestable.ca, the Ohio State University Veterinary Medical Center, Midland Acres, Cool Winds Farm, and Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Ohio County Fair Racing is a presentation of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association.